defense, in particular, Advocate Mace on behalf of accused number 3 indicated that he would like to take this witness under procedural. Okay. My colleague will give it to the witness.
English is fine, madam.
Are you Rata or Rita?
Rita.
Because I'm the only Rata in South Africa.
I'm the one with the E.
Oh, I see. All right. Say the witness name, sir.
Your full name, please,
Rita Grobler.
and your objection taking out.
No, my lord.
You swear that the evidence that you're about to give, or do you consider the oath by no conscience?
Yes, my lord.
You swear that the evidence that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. If so, raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
My God, the witness will make reference to exhibit triple N. It was right previously. However, she indicated that she would like to read a whole affidavit into the record.
That's all. Okay, fine.
Ma'am, do you have the affidavit in front of you?
I do, my lord.
Do you confirm that it's a 4-page affidavit?
That's correct, my lord.
And then on page 3 of the affidavit, is that your signature appearing there?
That's correct, my lord.
And then does your initials appear on the document?
That's correct, my lord.
And on page 4 of the document, the Commissioner of Oath, you see the date?
I do. It's 11th September 2024.
Statement esamukele esi futhi ke lisayini lokusona page 3 bese kuthi yena page 4 ilanga la ekwabeka ngasona ke istem ngazo 11 noma commissioner ngaso 11 September kuwona lo nyaka.
And you confirm that it's your full signature on page 3?
I do, my lord.
Futhi ke ngasayina ke ngophelele kuyena page 3.
And can you proceed to read the contents of the affidavit into the record?
I, number 053-4145-1, am a captain in the South African Police Service at the Forensic Science Laboratory, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton, with telephone number 012-845-5772. I am a forensic analyst and in service of the state. I've been attached to the ballistics section since 2000 as an examiner of forensic ballistics with the following qualifications and experience. My academic qualifications: I obtained a bachelor's degree, BA degree, specializing in criminology during 1999 at the University of Pretoria. I obtained an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics, specializing in forensic ballistics from UNISA in 2001. I have to date examined in excess of 6,805 cases. I examine ballistic-related cases as part of my daily task and testify on a regular basis in the courts of South Africa. I have attended the following internal and external training interventions: identification of ammunition, fired bullets, and fired cartridge cases. The use of microscopic equipment, microscopic individualization of firearms, ammunition, fired bullet, and fired cartridge cases. My apologies, my lord. I noticed that bullet is repeating. It should be cartridges.
It's cartridges.
It's cartridges.
Okay.
Acquisition of fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, data on integrated ballistics identification system, IBIS. Microphotography, identification of firearms, the examination of firearm mechanisms, the examination of homemade devices, techniques associated with the recovery and restoration process of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals, the reloading of ammunition and the manufacturing process of ammunition, as well as shot determination, shot distance, crime scene investigation and examination techniques, the taking of photographs and the documentation of the results during an investigation, microscopic individualization of tools and tool marks, physical matching, documentation of examination results, internal forensic ballistics, functioning of firearm mechanism during the firing process, burning rates of propellant, powder and gas pressure, the transfer of marks from the firearm to cartridges, fired bullets, and fired cartridge cases. Intermediate forensic ballistics. The effect of hot gases, propellant powder, and partially burnt propellant powder has an intermediate target before and after the exit of the bullet from the muzzle. The forming and effect of secondary missiles caused by the intermediate targets. External forensic ballistics. The trajectory of the bullet from the muzzle of the firearm to the final point of impact. Terminal forensic ballistics. The wounding effect that the bullet has on tissue, wound ballistics. The effect that the bullet has on the target, the effect that the target has on the bullet. The examination of brand marks and tattoo marks on animals, as stated in the Identification of Animals Act 2002, Act 6 of 2002. The examination and physical matching of brand marks and tattoo marks equipment. The examination and physical matching of animal bones, tusks, horns, hides, and skulls. I visited the following ammunition manufacturers to ascertain the process that are used in the manufacturing of ammunition. Pretoria Metal Press, known as PMP, Somkem, and Swartklip. Littleton Engineering Works, known as LEW in Pretoria. I was declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination. Paragraph 3. On the 22nd of July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, Lieutenant Colonel C. Mangena came to my office with a case file requesting a microscopic opinion regarding the following exhibit: bullet and test-fired bullets. 3.1, 9mm caliber bullet marked 217, 267, or 14, A2. 8 9mm caliber test-fired bullets marked 369, TB3 to TB10 respectively. I examined the fired bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 and compared the individual and class characteristic markings transferred to them by the firearm components during the firing process using a microscopic comparison microscope and found. The bullets mentioned in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same firearm. The conclusions arrived at were based on facts established by means of an examination and process which required a knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics.
Captain awubhaleleke inamba yakhe yasephoyiseni nokuthi-ke waqala ningi nala asebenza khona e-270 Pretoria Road eSilverton, abhala-ke nenamba yakhe yefoni esemsebenzini nokuthi-ke umcwaningi esebenzela-ke wona-ke umbuso. Ngisebenzile-ke kule ngxenye yama-ballistic ukusuka-ke ngayo u-2000 nanjengomuntu ohlola-ke ama-ballistic noma-ke imisebenzi ephathelene nazo i-BAM. Futhi-ke neyifundo-ke engayiphothula-ke nazo-ke kubhaliwe ngo-99 kwi-University yase-Pretoria e-UNISA ngo-2001. Ukuze kube manje-ke sengihlole noma ngakusebenza-ke ngama-case awu-6,805. Futhi-ke ngenza-ke amacala-ke amayelana noma aphathelene nawo-ke ama-ballistic noma-ke ukusebenza kwazo-ke i-BAM kanye ney'nhlamvu. Futhi-ke ngethula-ke ubufakazi ey'nkantolo zaseNingizimu Afrika. Futhi-ke akhona-ke namakhosi-ke noma-ke ukuqeqeshwa engikuhambile-ke kwindawo engaphandle-ke noma engekho ngaphakathi emaphoyiseni ukuthola ukubheka iy'nhlamvu ey'dutshuliwe kanye futhi nawo-ke amagobolondo ase-edutshuliwe ngokusebenzisa yona-ke lokhu okubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-microscope kanye futhi nokwahlukanisa-ke i-BAM iy'nhlamvu ey'dutshuliwe kanye futhi nawo-ke amagobolondo nokuthola futhi-ke noma ukutholakala kwawo amagobolondo asesetshenzisiwe noma-ke asedutshuliwe kanye nazo iy'nhlamvu esey'dutshuliwe kanye nabo sebenzisa-ke uhlelo olubizwa ngokuthi i-IBIS ukwahlukaniswa kwazo i-BAM kanye futhi-ke nokuhlolwa kwe-BAM noma iy'nhlelo ey'hlukene zokuhlolwa kwazo i-BAM kanye futhi-ke nokuhlola-ke iy'khali-ke ezenziwe noma-ke eziwozenzele kanye futhi ney'ndlela-ke ey'hambisana futhi-ke nokusula noma-ke ukususwa-ke kwemininingwane ekuyona isibhamu kanye futhi nokufakwa kabusha kwazo iy'nhlamvu kanye futhi-ke ney'nhlelo zokuzenza noma kwenza zona-ke iy'nhlamvu kanye nophenyo olwenziwayo kuzona iy'ndawo zey'gameko kanye futhi ney'ndlela ey'thize-ke zabo ukuhlola ukuthetshulwa kwazo iy'thombe kanye futhi-ke nawo-ke ama-documents kanye nemiphumela uma kwenziwa uphenyo nokuhlukaniswa-ke kwamathuluzi-ke noma-ke lokubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-tool marks kanye futhi nokuqhathaniswa-ke ama-documents kanye futhi-ke nemiphumela-ke yako ukuhlolwa lokho khona-ke futhi noqeqesha engikutholile-ke ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni ukusebenza kwazo ibhamu kanye ney'ndlela-ke ngesikhathi-ke sokudubula kanye futhi-ke naloko okubizwa ngokuthi-ke ukushaya-ke noma-ke ukushiswa-ke kwayo-ke impuphu noma-ke i-pressure ephuma kuyona-ke i-gas kanye futhi-ke nokudluliselwa kwawo ama-marks edluliselwa yisona-ke isibhamu edluliselwa kuwona amagobolondo iy'nhlamvu eseyidutshuliwe kanye futhi-ke nawo amagobolondo asesebenzile kanye futhi-ke nokubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-intermediate forensic ballistics lapho-ke indlela-ke yokusebenza-ke kwawo-ke ama-gas impuphu-ke kanye futhi-ke nokushaya-ke okubangelwa isibhamu uma ngabe sesidutshuliwe futhi-ke nokuhamba kwayo-ke inhlamvu uma iphuma ngakusona isibhamu isiyofika-ke esiphethelweni noma la ihloswe ukuthi-ke iyofikelela khona-ke kanye futhi-ke nemithelela-ke yayo inhlamvu eba nayo-ke uma ishaye emntwini noma-ke kunokulimala okukhona okuvelile kanye futhi nomthelela wayo-ke inhlamvu leyo la edutshulelwa khona futhi-ke nokuhlolwa-ke kwako lokho okubizwa-ke ngokuthi-ke ama-marking noma-ke ama-blade mark kanye-ke nama-tattoo-ke akhona noma atholakalayo-ke nanjengoba-ke usho-ke umthetho-sekelo-ke kuyena u-Act 2002 wakhe u-6 ka-2002 kuney'ndawo-ke ezahlukahlukene-ke ezokusebenza noma-ke la ekwenziwa khona-ke iy'nhlamvu engiyile kuzona-ke la engiyobona khona-ke iy'nhlelo kanye futhi ney'ndlela ekwenziwa ngazo iy'nhlamvu i-Pretoria Metal Pressing abayibiza ngokuthi i-PMP, i-Somcam, i-Subclass khona-ke abayibiza ngokuthi i-LEW Pretoria, i-Littleton Engineering Works ngase emuva kwalokho-ke sekushiwo-ke ukuthi khaphe manje sengikulungele-ke ukuthi-ke ngingasebenza nanjengomuntu-ke ohlola ibhamu-ke kanye futhi-ke ney'nhlamvu nokusebenza kwazo kwasukuthi ngoyi-22 zikaJulayi 2020 ngisengenza-ke umsebenzi wami-ke noma ngangisemsebenzini-ke u-Lieutenant Colonel C Mangena weza-ke ehhovisi lami ephethe-ke i-case file ngicela-ke ukuthi-ke ngibe novo enginikeza ngalo ukusebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope ngokumayelana-ke nenhlamvu eyizibithi kanye futhi-ke nenhlamvu-ke ebekuyiyona-ke ibisetshenziswa ukuthi-ke kuvivinywe noma-ke kuthestwe-ke kwakuyi-9 mm ibullet noma-ke inhlamvu eyodwa yohlobo le-9 mm ikhaliba eyayimakwe nanjengo-217-267-14A2 kanye-ke ney'nhlamvu-ke ey'thestiwe-ke ezizayo-ke i-9 mm saso isibhamu esiyi-9 mm zona-ke zazimakwe u-369 TB3 ukuyofica-ke ku-369 TB10 ngase-ke ngihlola-ke noma-ke ngihlola-ke lezo y'nhlamvu lezo ey'dutshuliwe lezo ey'chaziwe-ke ku-3.1 kanye naye-ke u-3.2 ngase ngiyiqhathanisa-ke nokwehlukana noma-ke nama-mark-ke ahlukene-ke andluliselwa kuwona-ke lezo y'nhlamvu lezo yisona isibhamu ngesikhathi-ke sokudubula ngisebenzisa-ke i-microscope-ke yokuqhathanisa ngase ngithola-ke ukuthi iy'nhlamvu lezi ey'shiwo ku-3.1 naye-ke u-3.2 zadutshulwa-ke kusetshenziswa isibhamu esisodwa futhi-ke lokhu engafikelela khona-ke lokho-ke ngafikelela khona-ke ngamaqiniso-ke atholakala uma ngihlola-ke futhi-ke nendlela-ke yokuhlola efuna-ke umuntu abe nolwazi futhi-ke abe nolwazi kuwona-ke lo msebenzi lo ophathelene nawo-ke ama-ballistic.
Let's go to page number 1, the introduction there. It is indicated here, Creator Frog, and Colonel Mangena informed this court that he approached Captain Fedium. Are you able to explain the change in the name?
My Lord, Fulion is my maiden name. I've got married in the meantime.
Sicela ke lana uchazeke uKennel Mangena uma ethula ubufakazi bakhe ke lena lana uthi ke waya ke kuyena kuCaptain Felune lana siyabona ubhalwe uRichter Grobler uthi ke yebo uFelune nisibonga ke sakithi kodwa ke manje sengaganwa ke manje ngisebenzisa uGrobler.
Paragraph number 2, you indicated that you joined the ballistic section in 2000. Prior to joining the ballistic sections, what were you doing?
I was a student, my Lord.
Ushilo ke ukuthi lana ke ungene ke kulena ke unit ngo-2000 ngaphambili kwalokho ke wawenzani ke uthi ngangumfundi ngangistudent.
Do you know which year you were promoted to the rank of a captain?
2007, my Lord.
Kwakungo-2007 uma sengikhushulwa ke ngiba ucaptain.
Paragraph 2.2, you also indicated that you have examined in excess of 1,805 cases. Can you tell the court if you have in the past testified in the magistrate court?
I have testified in the magistrate as well as the high court, my Lord.
Uyasho ke lana ke 2.2 ukuthi ke amacala esuthe ke noma ke osuwa sebenzile ke awu-6,805 ungasho ukuthi sokuthulile yini ubufakazi enkantolo ke noma ke magistrate court yebo kanye futhi nasenkantolo ephakeme.
Can you tell the court how many times you have testified in the high court?
I can't recall the exact amount, my Lord. It's been 24 years.
Angeke ngisho ukuthi amahlandla mangaphi ke ngithula ubufakazi enkantolo ephakeme kodwa ke sekuyiminyaka ewu-24.
You want that note to also confirm that you have 24 years experience at the ballistic section.
That's correct, my Lord.
Ngasho ke ukuthi ke ngesipiliyoni seminyaka ewu-24 kuyona ke le ngxenye le yama-ballistic.
Have you ever done in high profile matter?
I have, my Lord.
Ingaba akhona yini amacala osufakazile kona noma uswenzile ke noma ke la abizwa ngokuthi ke ama high profile noma ke asephokweni phezulu yebo akhona.
Are you able to place those matters on record?
Some of the matters, my Lord, involves the Jeppystown massacre. I think it was 2006, as well as the murder of Lolly Jackson.
Amanye awo ke lamacala kunaleli la ngo-2006 lapha lase-Jeppystown bese kuthi elinye lawo ileli ke elifaka phakathi ke Lolly Jackson.
And what was your role in those two respective matters?
I was the crime scene examiner as well as the ballistic expert in terms of the exhibits, my Lord.
Ngokwama-exhibit ke kwakuyimina ke owayosebenza ke kuyona ke indawo yesigameko futhi ke sebenza ngawo ke ama-ballistic.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if you recall, I participated in that case.
I did not testify in the case.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. There are people who don't argue anything. I was a judge in that case. I'm surprised, Mr. Representative.
No, I was telling Mr. Mason, I'm talking to Mr. the same thing.
Okay.
Then let's proceed to the paragraph. Let's proceed to paragraph 2.4, paragraph 3. Do you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
I do, my Lord.
Uyamazi yini uLieutenant Colonel Mangena? Yebo ngiyamazi. Ngaphambi nje kwalokho umehluko ufuna ukuthi uyasho ukuthi ngakho abashoyo ukuthi bekhona kufihlayo lamacala akhulume ngabo ukuthi kwakuyena-ke owayewahleleleke noma kuyena owayewalalele lawo macala ufakazi bewesho.
In which capacity do you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena?
I met Lieutenant Colonel Mangena in 2000 when I joined the ballistic section, and we've been colleagues ever since.
Umazi kanjani ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena? Ngahlangana naye ke ngo-2000 uma sengena-ke kwingxenye ke yama-ballistic kusukela ngaleso sikhathi ke sisebenza ndawonye.
Are you also stationed in the same office as you mentioned in paragraph 1, 270 Pretoria Road, Silverton?
That's correct, my Lord.
Yebo nathi uma kuchazwa ke lana ukuthi ke office engisebenzela kuyona ke 270 Pretoria Road eSilverton ke sisebenza ke office endodwa.
And And then your sitting arrangement in that building, are you on the same floor?
We're on the same floor in adjacent offices, my lord.
Yebo futhi ke sihlele ke ku floor eyodwa futhi la mahhovisi ethu ke abhekene.
And then in that sitting arrangement, who else is located in the very same corridor or passage?
The specific passage is Lieutenant Colonel Mangena and myself, and in the opposite, the floor is essentially a square. And also Mr. Captain Tini as well as Lieutenant Colonel Soraya, we all sit on the same floor.
La kule floor enkhuluma ngayo mina ke kanye naye uKenya Mangena bese kuthi ke kwenye ke uhlangothi bawuyena ke uCaptain Antini kanye naye ke uSirel.
In the very same paragraph, you indicated that you were requested to give a microscopic opinion. Can you explain further the concept of giving an opinion in ballistics?
My lord, essentially it is just, Colonel Mangena came to my office with the case file and the exhibits and asked me to give an opinion on the microscope. I did not write a specific verification form or complete any document. It was simply an opinion.
Lana ke okwenzeka ukuthi ke weza ke nale file ke mina ke uKenya Mangena wangicela ukuthi anginikeze ke uvo ke ukuthi khona engabhala phansi kwakuwukuthi nje okwami nginikeze uvo.
Is it a norm or is it acceptable within the ballistic environment that analysts do exchange opinions?
It is, my lord.
Ingaba yinto evamsekile yini ke emsebenzini wenu ke ukuthi ke abantu abaningi ke banikeze ngovo uthi yebo kuyenzeka ke.
How often do you exchange opinions?
On a regular basis, my lord.
Into ke leyo eyenzeka njalo.
Can you recall the last time you gave someone an opinion or the day you asked for an opinion?
I gave an opinion to Captain Tini in August, my lord. This year. Yes, sir.
Ungasho ke ukuthi ogcina ninike ukuthi unikeze ngovo noma ke mhlambe ke kube nomuntu ke ozocela wona ke uvo uthi ke ngo-August kona ke lonyaka nganikeza ke ngovo kuyena uCaptain Tini.
I've also requested an opinion from, amongst others, Colonel Kloppers regarding cases that I've examined on the microscope. Kloppers.
Nami ke sengicelile ke noma ke kwenzeka ke ukuthi ngicele ke uvo nami ke maqala engwenzile Colonel Kloppers.
Do you recall when?
It was approximately a month or two ago, my lord. This year.
Sikhuluma ke ngenyanga ke noma inyanga embili endlule kuwona lo nyaka.
What is the purpose of asking for an opinion?
My lord, it's an independent objective. It is just someone that would like you to give an opinion as to, they give you the exhibits and the test, for example, and they would like to ask you an opinion as to what your findings are.
Lana okwenzekayo ke uma sikwenza ke lokho ukuthi ke wena ke manje usuwenzile ke umsebenzi uthatha ke lokho okwenzile ke ukunikeze komunye ke ukuthi ke akasho yena ke olwakhe uvo kuloko wena okutholile.
Does your standard operating procedures describe how many people or how many analysts you can approach for an opinion?
There's no limit, my lord.
Akukho ke ukuthi kufanele uye kubantu abangaki kube ubona ke abakunikeza uvo akukho bhalwe phansi ukuthi kufanele babe bangaki.
Does the standard operating procedure also prescribe which examiners, I mean in terms of a rank, you can ask for an opinion from?
No, my lord. As long as the person is qualified and competent on a specific level of examination, they are entitled to give an opinion or verification.
Akuyike ngokuthi ke umuntu ke ubambe siphi ke isikhundla uma nje umuntu ke umsebenzi lowo ke owazi ke futhi ke evumelekile ukuthi lo msebenzi noma ke sebenzise ke igama ke phecelezi lesilungu ukuthi ke equalified ukuthi akwenze lokho akukho ukuthi ke unayiphi ungasiphi isikhundla noma yini.
Now, take your time, explain to the court how did you perform the microscopic opinion?
My lord, Captain Mangena came with a case file. He handed me an exhibit bullet as well as test bullets.
uKenya Mangena wangena ke nale file wase enginika ke inhlamvu lena ekuyilona ke izibithi kanye nalezi ke inhlamvu ke ezisetshenzisiwe ke ukutesta.
I placed it on a comparison microscope, which is a microscope with two, essentially you can see images at the same time, joined by an optical bridge.
Engikwenzileke ukuthi manje ngisebenzise ke yona ke le microscope ke ngoba yona ke ila okwazi ukubeka khona ke okubili ke futhi ke ubone ngesikhathi esisodwa.
For this case example, the exhibit would be on your left and the test would be on your right, and they are separated by a dividing line.
This is not an objection per se. I'm going to request that this witness should also understand that we're taking notes. We're not recording me, not the chiefs. We're taking notes as the state requested that she should take her time. I'm also going to request that.
My apologies, my lord. In this specific instance, I took the test bullets and placed them on both sides, the left and the right hand side of the microscope.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi ke ngathatha lombili ke lenhlamvu lena ke ekuyona ke ekuyizibithi kanye ke nalena ke ekuyitest ngabeka ke inhlangothi zombili ke zayo i-microscope leyo.
I compared the tests to each other
Ngase ngiyiqhathanisa enye nenye
in order to familiarize myself with the markings.
ukuze ke ngijwayezeke nama markings lawo akhona.
From there, after I was satisfied with the markings, I then removed all the tests and I placed them on the side of the microscope.
Uthe emuva kwalokho ke mase nginemeke ngawo lapho ke lokho engifuna ngase ngiwasusa ke ngabeka eceleni kwayo i-microscope leyo.
I then proceeded to place the exhibit bullet on the left hand side on the microscope.
Ngase ngiqhubeka ke ngokuthi manje ngibeke ke yona ke inhlamvu lena eyizibithi kuhlangothi la kwesokunxele ke yona i-microscope.
I then searched I searched individually for marks that I would be satisfied that are good quality marks.
Ngase ngiyibheka ke manje ke kuona ke ama marks lawo ke engizo ngithi ngineliseke ke ngawo ke yona ke inhlamvu leyo eyizibithi
that can be used for microscopic comparison.
Angathi ke asetshenziswa ukuthi ke manje bese kuyaqhathaniswa ke kuyona i-microscope.
I then proceeded to put the best test on the right hand side of the microscope.
Ngase ngiqhubeka ke ukuthi ke i-test ekuyiyona yona ke ngibeke yona ke kuhlangothi la ngabosokudla yona i-microscope.
What I mean by that is that the test with the best markings.
Engikushoyo ke ngalokho ukuthi ke i-test lena ke yona ke enama markings ekuwona ke noma ke avelele.
On the microscope, once I had the groove or blend that I was satisfied with on the exhibit, the groove that I was satisfied with exhibit.
Ngitheke manje uma senginganelisekileke ngayo ke i-groove lena kulona izibithi noma inhlamvu lena eyizibithi.
I then rotated the test bullet on the microscope.
Ngase ke manje ngiyayijikelezisa ke yona ke inhlamvu lena ekuyiyona ye-test kwi-microscope
until I find the same markings that are visible on the exhibit.
Kwaze kwayila khona ngithola kona ke lawo ma-markings lawo ke ekuyiwona ke ngamashi nala akuyinhlamvu lena eyizibithi.
I then compared the markings to each other.
Ngase lama markings ngiyawaqhathanisa ke.
And from there I proceeded to both move the exhibit and the test to confirm that the marking for a follow-up.
Ngasemuva kwalokho ke manje sengizihambisa ndawonye ke le engakuhlangothile sokunxeleke nale engakusokudla ke ukwenza ke isiqinisekiso.
From there I proceed to rotate to ensure that the markings do indeed appear on both the exhibit as well as the test.
Ngiqhubeka ke ngihambisa noma ngijikelezisa ke ukubona ke ukuthi ke ikhona ke ngakulolu hlangothi futhi ke ikhona ke lama markings nangakulolu hlangothi.
I was then satisfied that the two bullets were then fired from the same firearm.
Ngase ngeneliseka ke ukuthi le inhlamvu ezimbili lezi ke zidutshulwe noma ziphuma ke kwisibhamu esisodwa.
based on sufficient agreement of class as well as individual characteristics.
Lokho ke ngikuthola ke ngokuthi ke khona ke ukuhambisana futhi ke nokuvumelana okukhona kuzona zombili.
After that, I placed a second test bullet on the right-hand side of the microscope.
Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngibeka ke manje ke inhlamvu yesibili ke ekuyile esetshenziswe ukuvivinya noma ke ukutesta ke uhlangothi langakwesokudla kuyona i-microscope.
I repeated the same process
Ngaphinda ke lokhu ebese ngikwenzile
until I was satisfied there was still sufficient agreement of individual and class characteristics.
kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona ke ngenemek noma ngenelisekile ke khona ke ukuthi ngempela ke khona ke noma ke okukhona ngala kukhona nangala.
I then proceeded to inform Lieutenant Colonel Mangena
Ngase ngiqhubeka ke ngimtshela yena ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena
that I'm of the opinion that the exhibit bullet
ukuthi mina ke uvo lwami ukuthi ke inhlamvu lena ke eyizibithi
and the test bullets
kanye futhi ke nenhlamvu lezi ezisetshenzisiwe ukutesta
were fired from the same firearm.
zadutshulwa ke noma ke lezo inhlamvu lezo zadutshulwa ziphuma kwisibhamu esisodwa.
Thank you. Can you clarify in simple terms the concept of sufficient agreement? What does it mean in ballistics?
In simple terms, my lord, we can refer to the striations on the bullet, and that essentially there is the pattern match. There's a pattern match.
Okay. Ufuna ukwazi ke mthuthisi ukuthi kunaleli gama elisebenzisayo ke ngesingisi ke usufficient agreement ukuthi lokho kusho ukuthini ke la kwanelisekile ke khona ke ukuthi manje kunendlela ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-pattern kunohlobo ke noma indlela ke ethize noma ke okutholayo ngakho ufuthi ukuthole nangale.
Just to clarify, you wanted to
The markings, then the spatial relation, everything is the same on the exhibit bullet as well as on the test bullet.
Ukuthi ke konke ke kufana namashi ngalokho okutholayo ke kwinhlamvu lena ekuyona eyizibithi kanye futhi ke nenhlamvu ezisetshenzisiwe ukuthi ke kutestwe ke ngazo.
You mentioned this special relationship. What other factors do you also take into consideration when you are looking for the variations within the group?
The depth, the width, the ridges and furrows of the specific markings on the bullet.
Ubheka ke lana ke ukujula kwazo ukujula ubanzi ke kanye futhi ke nje ubheka ke lokho nje okutholayo ukuthi ke inhlangothi zombili.
Can you tell this, is your office equipped with a microscope?
My office does indeed have a microscope.
Awutshele lenkantolo ukuthi ihhovisi lakho linayo yini i-microscope? Yebo linayo.
Now, let's focus more on the class as well as individual characteristics. What are those?
Class characteristics, my lord, are essentially determined prior to manufacture by the manufacturer themselves.
Lana ke uma sisikhuluma ke phecelezi ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi ke ama-class characteristics sikhuluma ngalokho ke okutholakala noma okutholwa ke ngesikhathi ke noma sikhuluma ngesibhamuko noma inhlamvu ke uma la esenziwa khona.
For example, whether the barrel is rifled with five grooves to the left, to the right, or 6 grooves to the left or to the right.
Sikhuluma lana ke ngalendawo engaphambili ke kusona isibhamu ababiza ngokuthi i-barrel inama-grooves ke asithi mhlambe awu-5 noma awu-6 ke ku-left noma ku-right.
Or the distance between whether you have broader grooves or narrower grooves, for example.
Futhi ke nebanga ke ukuthi ke ama-grooves akho akanjani ke ukuthi ke mhlambe ke ilana avulekile ke noma cha awavulekile.
They predetermine deliberate marks.
Izona ke ikona ke lokho okusho noma okuchaza ke ama-marks lawo.
When we're looking at individual characteristics, my lord.
Before we look at individual characteristics, we said these marks are deliberate marks by the manufacturer.
That's correct, my lord.
Ushilo ke ukuthi lana ke ama-mark ke ngamabomu ke uyena ke noma ke la ibhamu noma ke inhlamvu zenziwa khona yebo kweqiniso.
Maybe I should rephrase, not marks, grooves.
sikhuluma lana ke ngawo ke ama-growths.
Can you use class characteristics to eliminate a different class of a firearm?
That is correct, my lord. For example, I will not, let's say for example, we will start with a specific bullet. We will count the grooves because you cannot compare if an exhibit bullet, for example, has 6 grooves and the test bullet only has 5s. It's not from the same firearm. The class characteristics differ.
Lana ke asenze isibonelo lesike ukuthi ke
Which,
asit
then,
sorry finish.
which would then immediately exclude that as a possibility.
Ukuthi lana ke uma uthatha nje i-groove eyodwa ke yona ke uthola ukuthi ke ina ama-grooves awu-6 bese uyathola ke kwenye ukuthi ke ama-grooves awu-5 lapho ke nje usaqala ke nje izokutshela ke lokho ukuthi cha awukwazi ukuthi lapho usungaqhathanisa ke ngoba iyakutshela ukuthi ke akusona ke isibhamu esisodwa.
So in this instance, if you know, you know. You don't know, it's vice. Are you able to eliminate a fired bullet from a revolver? No. Looking at it, considering the class characteristics.
My lord, a revolver tends to have, if I can explain, slip marks, which are created when, with a revolver, you have the cartridge in a cylinder, and there's a gap between, for example, the cylinder and the barrel. A space.
Simplify it. Repeat it and just simplify it. Okay. First talk about slip marks.
Okay, so for example, with a revolver, which will be 3A, 357, irrespective of the caliber, the cylinder is separate from the barrel. There's a space.
Uma sikhuluma nge-revolver lana ke uma sikhuluma ngayo ke icylinder lena iyahluka ke kuyona ke ibhaka ngoba ke kunokuvuleka noma kune-space esikhona ke lapho.
So that is mostly common on revolvers. It is not necessarily there every time. So once the bullet when it's fired, it moves from the chamber into the barrel. It creates that skid mark.
Bese kuthi ke uma inhlamvu isidutshuliweke isetshenzisweke manje isiyaphuma ke kuyona ke i-barrel leyo ke kunale mark ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-skid mark iyona ke eyenzayo noma eba nayo kuyona.
Or a slipping, if you want to, you can call it that.
Kuya ngokuthi ke ufuna uyibizani ke mhlawumbe usungathi ke nje uba ukushelelayo noma ke i-slipping.
Now let's proceed to the individual characteristics that you're referring to.
The individual characteristics, or the specific markings in your grooves or your lands, those are accidental marks.
Bese kuba nalama markings ke ungathi ke uwona ke nje ama markings ongathi ke azenzekeleke noma ke enzeke mhlawumbe asithi ke sebenzisa legama ke ngengozi ke ama mark enzeke ngengozi ke accidental.
So those marks are made during the manufacturing process.
Futhi ke lawo marks lawo ke enziwa ke ngalesikhathi ke sokwenziwa kwaso isibhamu.
While the groove is, for example, being cut, those are accidental marks.
Asithi mhlambe ke ngalesikhathi ke i-groove leyo isikwa ngaso.
Wear and tear of the firearm, use of the firearm can also attribute to individual markings.
Nokusetshenziswa ke noma ke ukusebenza ke kwesibhamu noma ngokuhamba ke kwesikhathi ke isibhamu leso sisebenza nakho ke lokho ngaba nawo ke umthelela.
In ballistics, can 2 different firearms have the exact individual and class characteristics?
No, my lord. 2 bullets fired from 2 different firearms might share some class characteristics, but they will not share individual characteristics.
Inhlamvu ezimbili ezisetshenziswe ke kwibhamu ezimbili ezihlukene ke kukhona ke la mhlambe nothi mhlambe khona ke nje ama marks angaba nawo ke kodwa ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama class characteristics angeke kube yinto eyodwa.
And then after you have done the comparison in the microscope, did you document the opinion somewhere?
No, my lord, I did not document any opinion.
Emuva ke sokuthi ke kwenzeke lo msebenzi ke sengiqhathanisile ke akukho la engabhala khona.
Is it required that you document the opinion?
No, my lord, there's no. Only the verifier will be the one that documents the finding.
Akukho la ukuthi khona ngikwenzeke ilona kuphela ke ebewenza ke lo msebenzi ke ekuyena kufanele ke abhale phansi.
spoke about the verification process. What does that entail?
Verification
Yes. What happens during the verification process?
of what? The individual character.
No. When you said you only document when you verify.
Oh, the verifier is the official person that will document. The official, for example, in this case, I think Lieutenant Colonel Sereo is the official verifier. He is the one that will be asked he will document his own independent findings on a specific form.
Lana ke bekuzoba uyena ke uKenya Sirayo ngoba uyena ke oye wabheka ke emuva kokuthi ke kwenziwe ke umsebenzi uyena ke bekuzolindeleka ukuthi ke uyena obhala phansi lokho oyena akutholile.
Are you aware if any other examiner or analyst was approached to give an opinion on this matter?
My Lord, during the time I was not aware of anybody else giving an opinion or who gave one or who verified the specific case.
Unalo yini ulwazi ukuthi ukhona yini omunye ke ekwayiwa kuyena ukuthi naye ke anikeze ngovo angazi ukuthi ubani omunye ekwayiwa kuyena ke noma kwacela uvu kuyena.
You also made mention that you were approached on the 22nd of July 2020. Do you have an independent recollection of this incident?
The specific date was provided to me by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Ubhalile ke la ukuthi ke kwakunge-22 zika July 2020 ingaba yini khona ke ekukhumbuzayo ke ukuthi ulwazi losuku lolu uLieutenant Colonel Mangena uyena ke owamtshela ke ngosuku noma ke ngedate le.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's case file, sorry, let me just...
Angikumbiseke lokho ngokuthi ke i-case file noma ke i-file ke yecala lakhe uLieutenant Colonel Mangena yena engikhumbuzile.
As I asked Colonel Mangena for the specific date, he informed me it was the day before Lieutenant Colonel Soreo did the specific verification, and I confirmed that with the case file.
Ngoba ke ngibuzile ke ilanga ke kuyena ke uKolonel Mangena wabe esesho ke ukuthi ke ilanga leli elingaphambili ke ukuthi ke uLieutenant Colonel Soreo abheke ke umsebenzi ke ngase ke ngiyana kuyona ke i-case file.
No, I see it's 11:14. Can you take a 15 minutes adjournment before I wrap up?
I
DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo.
And then can you briefly tell the court what was your role and the purpose of that?
One of the, SANDF members was stationed at a separate point than his girlfriend, and he went there and he shot her several times, after which he proceeded to shoot himself.
Okwenzeka ke lana ukuthi ke omunye ke kumasosha ke la bizwa ke ukuthi iSANDF wayesebenza ke kwenye indawo bese kuthi ke athandana naye ke yena ke kwenye indawo wase ehamba ke eya la asebenzela khona ke usisi lona ke la amdubula khona ke amahlandla amaningi ke waseqhubeka ke naye eyidubula. Yes. He did not
die, my lord, and he was charged with the murder of his girlfriend.
Ngeshwa ke azange ashoneke noma ngenkathi ke noma ngeshwa azange ashoneke wase yena ke esetheswa icala ke manje lokuthi ke wabulala ke usisi abethandana naye.
Some of the exhibits were brought to South Africa for example the firearm and cartridge cases for examination.
Futhi ke amazibithi ke alethwa la eNingizimu Afrika ke ukuthi ke ahlolwe ke isibhamu kanye futhi ke nawo amagobolondo.
After which I was requested to do a crime scene reconstruction in the DRC.
Ila engaqala khona ukuthi ngiyosebenza ke kuyona ke indawo leyo yesigameko khona eDRC.
Thank you. On paragraph 2.1.2, also indicated that you obtained an advanced certificate in forensic criminalistics, specialized in forensic ballistic. Do you remember the duration of the course?
It was a 2-year certificate, my lord.
Okay. 2 years certificate. Lana nguzwa khona ke ukuthi ke eUNISA ke kwaba isikhathi esingakanani ngo2001 kwakuyi certificate engasenza ke iminyaka emibili.
You also mentioned that your office is equipped with a microscope. Do you know if other offices of other analysts or examiners are also equipped with microscopes?
Some of the offices, my lord, do not have microscopes in their offices. There is a central point where a microscope will then be shared.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke kwelapho ihhovisi unayo ke imicroscope ngabe uyazini ukuthi ke abanye oza kwenu banawo yini kuma office abo abanye ke abanayo ke kukhona ke indawo la ukuhlangana khona ke noma ke exercise eyodwa.
In paragraph 3 you mentioned the period in which you were asked for an opinion. So my question is, did you know at the time when you gave this opinion that that opinion relates or pertains to this specific case?
After I gave the opinion to Colonel Mangena, I asked him regarding which case this was, and he informed me that it is the Senzo Meyiwa case.
Lana ke ku paragraph 3 ke uyasho ke noma uyasisho isikhathi owacelwa ngaso ke uyena ke uKenel Mangena ecela uvo kuwena. Ingabe ngaleso sikhathi yini wawazi yini ukuthi lolo vo unikeza ngalo mayelana neliphi icala kamuva kokuthi ke sengwenzile ke umsebenzi ke ngase ngimbuza ke uKenel Mangena ukuthi kumayelana neliphi icala wangitshela ke ukuthi icala lika Senzo Meyiwa.
If the defense counsels on behalf of accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were to ask you if this was a borderline case, what will be your comment?
It is not a borderline case, my lord. I am sufficient. There is sufficient agreement of individual characteristics for me to be able to say that this is indeed.
Necessary for the state to ask if counsel for accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will ask you if this is a borderline, what your comment would be, than for the state to ask him, hey, if this was in fact a borderline case.
Yeah, what do you want me to say?
I'm asking from the understanding of the court whether that is an appropriate question or not.
I think it's appropriate because...
No, it's not appropriate.
Now, why do you ask me?
Because I want the court to redirect the state that you shouldn't really ask that question in that fashion. You should rather say, in your opinion, was this a borderline case or not?
How do you ask a judge an opinion? When the judge responds, then you say, no, I don't want you to say that. You must answer it this way.
I'm saying, my lord, mero motu, the court must then direct that question should be disallowed.
I'm not disallowing it because I tried to explain to you that is the defense which is proffered by all the
accused that this was a borderline case. Not me saying that. It's the
That is
accused.
so, my lord, but the state in the conduct of its case should then be asking this witness, because the minute he assumes that it is us that are going to say it's a borderline case, naturally this witness is going to say no, it's not a borderline case, because he's not here for the defense. He's here on account of the state. Why can't the state then put a neutral assertion to her and say, in your view, after having determined this, after having done this analysis, do you find that this was a borderline case or not? Why does he have to mention us in his own
Well,
case?
they're within the law, and I'll tell you, I'll quote you just one big case, the South African Rugby Union case, where
Yes, my lord.
the whole president gave a view when he was against Louis Late.
Yes.
The law says you must state the defense case to the witnesses of the state. That's what the law says.
But my lord,
You must put the defense case to the witnesses so that they can respond. So I don't see anything wrong with this question of saying they are saying it's a borderline case. The defense is saying that. What is your view? And this witness is supposed to be here as an expert. Now I'm told that he's a witness of the state. I thought you were here as an expert. Okay.
she is here, my lord, on account of the state.
As an expert.
Yes,
That's it.
that is the expectation. But whether or not she's here as an expert is supposed to be, it's another thing. But for the state to say, the defense says that this is a borderline case, what is your view? Obviously, the mind of this witness then gets stated. Why can't she be simply asked, was this in your view a borderline case or not?
I've allowed that question, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, so
Ma'am, can you proceed to answer the question?
In my opinion, it is not a borderline case as there is sufficient agreement of individual characteristics.
Ingabe ngokwakho-ke noma ngokwakho uvo-ke icala lelo ongathi-ke icala-ke elisegcineni noma eseqophelweni-ke eliphezulu-ke cha ngokwami-ke kwangasilona-ke ngoba-ke lana kwakukhona-ke okwanele futhi-ke okwanginelisayo-ke nami-ke ukuthi kutholakala ngakho uhlangothi futhi nangalabo kuyatholakala futhi.
I have no further questions, my lord, for this witness.
Thank you, my lord. I've got a few questions for you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you talked about verification and giving of opinion by other analysts. Have you verified the work of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena before? Before the 22nd of July 2020,
Relating to any case or a specific case?
on other cases?
I have, my lord.
Ingabe ngaphambilini-ke kwalelanga leli lange-22 July 2020 owacelwa ngalo Colonel Mangena-ke ukuthi-ke ubheke lona-ke umsebenzi awenza khona-ke la ake acela khona yebo akhona amanye amacala akhe-ke ake angicela kuwona.
Have you ever gave opinion on the findings of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena before 22 July 2020?
I have, my lord.
Yebo ngaphambili kwazo i-22 July 2020 senganikeza ngalo uvo kumanye amacala akhe uKolonel Mangena.
And same thing has happened after the 22nd of July 2020. Has that ever happened after the 22nd of July 2020?
It has, my lord.
Futhi yebo nasemuva kwazo noma ngale kwazo i-22 July 2020.
And you gave evidence that you did not record your opinion on the day after you you underwent the microscopic analysis.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi-ke wethuke nobufakazi-ke ukuthi-ke lokho-ke owakuthola-ke awubhalanga phansi yebo kuyiqiniso.
All right. Have you ever, it could be verification of his work or giving of your opinion, have you ever differed with Lieutenant Colonel Mangena? Especially when you are giving opinion. Have you ever, before this 22nd of July 2020 or after the 22nd of July 2020?
I can't recall whether I've agreed with him or disagreed with him specifically, but the possibility does exist.
Sekuke kwenzeka yini-ke ukuthi ngaphambi kwazo i-22 July 2020 noma emuva kwazo i-22 zika July 2020 uma ucelwa-ke kuyena uKenneth Mangena uthi-ke unikeze ngovo ukuthi-ke usho uvo oluhlukile-ke kuyena angeke ngisho-ke noma ngisakhumbuli-ke ukuthi kusuka kwenzeka-ke lokho ukuthi ngiphikisane naye-ke kodwa lokho kungenzeka-ke.
But I know you can't recall, but you can recall something that happened 22 July 2020. This is just a fair question. Have you ever gave a different opinion on the works or on the findings of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena? Yes or no?
I can't recall, my lord.
Angikhumbuli ukuthi seke kwenzeka ukuthi yini nginikeze ngovo oluhlukile ku-Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Thank you. No further questions.
As the court pleases, my lord. Morning, ma'am.
Morning, sir.
Sorry. Morning, Captain.
Morning.
Captain, let's start briefly with a summation of your curriculum vitae. You stated that you did an internal training course and an external training course in ballistics, correct?
The ballistic training was internal, my lord. The external training was presented by UNISA, yes. So
Yebo-ke lokhu i-training ephathele nama-ballistics yona-ke ngenzeka ngaphakathi-ke esiphoyiseni bese kuthi-ke le yangaphandle-ke yenziwa yi-UNISA.
And you've never attended any courses that were conducted by the FBI that your peers, Lieutenant Colonel Sereo and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, attended?
no, my lord, I did not attend the FBI course.
I-course yona-ke ye-FBI lo ashoyo-ke kumele ukuthi uKenneth Mangena kanye noKenneth Sereo baya kuyona, mina-ke angazi ngiyona.
Now you join the Forensic Sciences Laboratory Ballistic Section in 2000, the year 2000, and then at paragraph 2.4, you state that you were declared competent and proficient in forensic ballistics examination. After how long since you joined were you declared competent and proficient?
If my recollection is correct, I was declared proficient on the 1st of April 2004. 2004.
You said the date?
The 1st of April 2004. But that is, if I'm correct.
Uma-ke ngingenzi iphutha-ke kwakungeyi-1 zika-April 2004 uma sebeshopha ukuthi manje sengikulungile-ke ukuthi-ke umsebenzi lona-ke noma-ke ukuhlolwa-ke kwawo-ke umsebenzi lo uphathelene nebhamu nenhlamvu ngingawenza. Nanjengoba mina ngaqala-ke ngo-2000 ukusebenza-ke kuwona ama-ballistic.
Now your testimony is that you are approached by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to do microscopic comparison on his findings, correct?
It's an opinion. I was asked for an opinion on
Yes,
microscopic.
an opinion.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi ngazi 22 July 2020 ingathi-ke engangicela uyena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena engicela uvo.
Now, just briefly, between the 22nd of July 2020 to date, how many examinations and comparisons have you conducted?
My lord, I cannot recall. I will have to go back to the system. I have also been appointed as acting group leader where I oversee members and I review. So don't do as many cases specifically for a certain period of time.
Uma ungasho-ke ukuthi-ke ukusuka-ke ngaso-ke lesi sikhathi-ke kuze kube manje-ke ukuthi semangaki-ke amacala osuwenzile-ke ungafanele ngibuyele emuva-ke ngiyokubheka-ke lokho futhi-ke isikhathi kuba nesikhathi-ke la engenzi umsebenzi omningi ngoba-ke kunesikhathi la khona-ke engaqokwa-ke ukuthi-ke ayibe mina-ke ohola ithimba-ke ukubheka umsebenzi woza kwethu.
But I can get the record for the court if needed.
Yes, but the point is it 10, 20, 100, 2,000 cases because you've conducted over 6,000 examinations and comparisons. So I want to know roughly from the time you did an opinion for Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to date. Let's forget about the period when you are promoted, you are now seeing members. when you were doing examinations? How many cases?
It will be more than 100, my lord, because we work overtime on a monthly basis. So for 34 hours a month, I actively do cases, at least for overtime, and then some during the day. It will depend on the circumstances of the day.
Uma sesingakhuluma ke noma uthi ke ayisho ukuthi ke kusuka ngaleso sikhathi ke kuzofika manje ke ngasho ke ukuthi ke amacala ke adlulile ke kuyena ke u100 ngoba ke kuba nenkathi ke la asithi mhlambe ke ngenyanga ke sebenze ke amahora awu34 futhi ke sisebenza ke overtime kuloko.
And do you know the details of those 100 or so cases that you've conducted and examined?
No, my lord, there's too many to recall.
Amacala amaningi ke la ukuthi ke ngawakhumbula ukuthi yiwaphi noma yiwaphi la macala engisebenze kuwona.
Now, how come that you recall the details of this opinion for which you've told this court that there's no note, there's no way you recorded your workings and your examination of these test, the exhibit bullet and the test bullets?
As I explained, my lord, I asked Colonel Mangena after my microscopic examination what case this is. He informed me that it is a Senzo Meyiwa case. I know that I made it positive. I made the exhibit bullet positive to the test in this specific case. The lab numbers and the dates, that is completely different. But I know for a fact that I made it positive.
Uma usho ke uthi ke amanye amacala lana ke imininingwane yakhona ke awunayo kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke wazi ke mayelana naleli ke icala bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ngambuza ke uma sengiqedile yena uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi yiliphi lecala leli wase ngitshela ukuthi ilona ke icala leli engasenze Meyiwa yila engazi khona ke ukuthi ke ngiyazi ke ukuthi lapho ke engathola ke ngathola ke ukuthi ke inhlamvu lezi ezimbili ezadutulwa ke ngesibhamu esisodwa ukuthi ke ama lab number kanye nama kona-ke kuhlukile lokho kodwa ngangazi nje ukuthi imiphumela yona yayithini.
When Colonel Mangena came to me for an opinion, he had already done his own microscopic comparison.
Ngenkathi ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena eza kumina ke wayeseqedile yena ke ukuqhathanisa ke lokho ekwenza ngayo ke i-microscope.
I did my own independent microscopic work, to which I informed him of my findings.
Ngase mina ngizenzela ke owami ke umsebenzi ke ngase ngimtshela ke ngaloko engakuthola.
He recorded his findings and we agreed with his findings.
Yena ke lokho akuthola wayekubhale phansi ke sase siyavumelana ke ngaloko yena ke akuthola.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to limit your answer to my questions. The issues that I want to converse with you, I'll come to those issues. Right?
Yeah.
Now, based on the fact that your opinion is not recorded anywhere, not even a worksheet to say, I, Ritha Probla Feliun, date 22 July 2020, comparison TB3, TB10, or whatever comparison you did, and then result in the inclusion, elimination, or inconclusive. We don't have a piece of document like that, correct?
I don't have a piece of document like that.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi akukho la engibhale khona phansi ke imininingwane mayelana ke nedate ukuthi ngenzani ninike futhi.
So all we have today here in court right now is your say so that you made certain comparisons and you came to a conclusion of a match or an inclusion. That's your say so. That's your ipsa dixit.
That's correct, my lord. I did it under oath.
Esinako thina ke iloko kushiwo kuwena ke ukuthi ngenza lokho ngase ngithola lokho. Yebo kuyiqiniso futhi ngikwenze lokho ke futhi ngikufungele.
Now let me give you a background of my cross-examination to you. Colonel Mangena testified in this matter regarding the exhibit firearm, the exhibit bullet that he tested and compared with the test fires. The beginning of the story is that in February of 2015, a warrant officer, Rulofse, received these exhibits and he fired 2 test fires, which is TB1 and TB2. Can I continue, Mr. Johnson? Okay. Then, upon Colonel Mangena's receipt of the test bullets, he first received the test bullets, TB1 and TB2. And then he later received the firearm, and upon receipt of the firearm, he fired several test fires, which are now 8 of them, TB3 to TB10. So the total tests fired were 10, inclusive of the 2 of warrant officer Robertson. Having compared, firstly, TB1 and TB2 with the exhibit bullet, he found that there were some individual marks, but not enough to make an inclusion or a finding, whether it's elimination, conclusion, inconclusive, or the like. Then he had to go and fetch the firearm at Cleveland Police Station so that he can fire the bullets that match the material that was used in the exhibit bullet that was found at the scene, which is a C&J. And to track back a bit, the tests TB1 and TB2 that were fired by rule of SEC were FMJs, which are the full metal jackets. Mangena goes, gets the firearm, fires 2 FMJs and 6 CMJs, the complete metal jacket, 6 of those. So in total, 4 FMJs are fired. Mangena says his FMJs that he fired are PNP. The 6 CMJs, 2 are Sixowa. 2, he forgot the make. Even at the time he testified, he didn't give the make of the manufacturer of those 2. And then the other one is ANG. The 2 are ANG. Then, having compared all the test fires, 10 of them, he saw the best profile of marks on TB5 and TB9 that he compared with the exhibit bullet and came to a finding of an inclusion. After that, that's when you and your colleagues come into picture on the 22nd of July. He testifies further, Colonel Mangena, to say, I then approached Captain Felyun, now Krobler, Captain or Warrant Officer Fesser, Lieutenant Colonel Serrel, I'm not sure about the ranks of the others, to furnish me with their opinions, which they did, and they agreed with me. On the 23rd of July 2020, he then approaches Lieutenant Colonel Serreo. So sorry, the third colleague was Warrant Officer Ntili. Serreo does the verification on the 23rd of July 2020. And he also examines TB3 to TB10, or all 10 of them. He was dilly-dallying as to whether he did on all 8 or on all 10 test fires, compares them, and then he finds the best marks, profile of marks on TB8, and the lesser better marks on TB4, which he both then makes a finding of an inclusion or a match. You can interpret now, Mr. Jonas, because I want to move.
I don't remember the question you asked.
As far as I know, he's giving me a scenario.
It's a background, my lord. There's no question there.
I see.
Yes. I can proceed. Now you come to court you've done an opinion on the 22nd of July. First question, at the time Colonel Mangena gives you TB3 to TB10, did you know that he had already made a finding of an inclusion or a match?
Am I aware that he'd already made a finding?
At the time he approached you on the 22nd of July 2020, when he gave you the case file and the exhibits to compare, did you know then that he had made a positive finding?
I knew he had made a finding. As to what the finding was, I wasn't aware of. After my confirmation, I said, this is my opinion, which then he informed me, and it was documented that it is the same.
Ingabe ngazo i-22 July 2020 ngathi-ke sorry uKenel Mangena ekunikeza yona le file wawazi ukuthi yina-ke utholenike cha ngangingazi engingangikwazi ukuthi nje wenzileke umsebenzi khona akutholile ukuthi noma kuyakutholile kuyini ngangingakwazi uma sengiqedileke sengimtshela ukuthi mina nake ngikutholile yila asengitshela khona ukuthi yebo ke nami ngithole lokhu futhi wangitshengisa ngoba kwakubhalwe phansi yena lokho awayekutholile.
And you have testified in evidence in chief about the manner in which you did the comparison. You said you took the exhibit bullet and took one of the test fires side by side, compared them and made a finding, correct?
My lord, I said I first compared the tests to each other.
Yes, you compared the tests among themselves to familiarize yourself with the profile of markings. From there you remove the tests and then now you start the comparison.
I then compared the first bullet and then a second bullet.
Engikushilo qala ukuthi ke sorry ngiqale lana ke ngokuthi ke ama test ngiqhathaniswe wona kwase ke emuva kwalokho ngasusa ke manje ke enye ke inhlamvu ila engithatha khona ke inhlamvu yokuqala.
Now let us remove the vagueness. Those test bullets are marked TB3 to TB10. Which of those did the one that you say is the first, did you see the best mark on to compare with the exhibit bullet?
I can't recall the specific test, my lord, as I did not make a note.
Manje ke awusitshele ukuthi yipi ke lena ke owayithatha ke ngoba ke ayimakhiwe ke abo TB3 kuyofika ke na ke TB10 yipi ke owayithatha ke waqhathanisa nayo wabona ke ukuthi yipi othola ke kuyona ke ekuyona ke ama test angisakhumbuli ke ngoba ke angaze noma ke angizange ngibhale phansi.
Let's do this. I've given you the background scenario. Colonel Mangena compared TB5 and TB9 to the exhibit bullet. Did you compare TB5 and TB9? Did you compare TB5 and TB9?
When comparing all the tests to each other, I compared TB3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to each other. And they were fired from the same firearm. I familiarized myself, they had the same markings. So whether I specifically compared it to the specific exhibit, I cannot recall. But I did compare them to each other.
Lana ke uKenel Mangena ushilo ke ukuthi yena ke umeqhathanisa ke wathatha ke TB5 kanye no TB9 ingabe nawe wakwenza yini lokho ke mina ke mangwathatha ke thatha kusuka ke na ke uTB3 u4 5 6 7 8 9 no 10 ke ngaqhathanisa ke enye kanye nenye.
Now let me add another spice to this point. Colonel Mangena says the barrel of the firearm that shot these tests was worn out. And as a result, the impartation of marks onto the bullets were not consistent. Thereby, he saw the best profile of marks on TB5 and 9. Sereo sees the best profile of marks on TB8, and he says to a lesser extent on TB4. And the FMJs in particular because of the hard metal component and content of that bullet, was difficult to, not difficult per se, but it did not transfer sufficient mass. So all I want to get from you is this. You indiscriminately test and compare TB3 to TB10, and correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying all of those TB3 to TB10 had sufficient marks on them for you to compare and make a positive finding. Is that what you say?
My lord, when I compared the tests to each other, even though the marks are lighter, they are still individual marks. Whether it be FMJ or CMJ, there are still sufficient marks to be able to say that even these marks are lighter, it is still the same firearm. Therefore, after my comparison between the tests, I took the best test and I compared it to the exam. Whether the marks are lighter or darker or more prominent, it doesn't matter. The point is, I could say that even the FMJs and CMJs were still fired from the same firearm. Whether the individual characteristics were more prominent or not, there was sufficient agreement of individual characteristics.
Ukuthi ke isimo ke salama marks sasinjani ke amanye eqhamileke kunamanye noma ke engabukeki noma engabonakali kahle ke, kodwa ke lokho kumena ke kwafaneleke ukuthi ngiboneke ukuthi cha kukhona ke okukhona la noma ke engingasebenza ngakho lana ke ila esengithathe khona ke manje le engathi ke kwakuyila ungathi ke iwona ke angcono noma ke at the best ukuthi manje ngiqhubekeke ngenze noma ngiqhathanise ngokusebenzisa wona.
I get you. Now, I want to throw another thing as well. You compare TB3 to 10 with the exhibit bullet. Which method did you employ amongst the methods of determining the striations and the impressions on a bullet?
Pattern matching, my lord.
Mina ke indlela ke engayisebenzisa ke ukuthi ke ngiqhathanise ke noma lokubizwa ukuthi ke ama pattern noma ke indlela ke.
Okay, you've briefly touched on how you compared the test with pattern matching. Exactly, what are we looking at compared to? There's a method also that Colonel Mangena and Colonel Serrell testified about, which is the CMS or consecutive matching striae method. The two of them, you say you only, or did you only do the pattern matching?
My lord, you can do pattern matching and inadvertently do CMS. CMS is simply a quantitative method to describe a pattern match.
Lana ke ungakwenza noma ungayisebenzisa ke lena ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke iyona ke pattern matching noma ke indlela ke kanye futhi ke nale ebizwa ngokuthi ke iCMS yona ke ekuyindlela ke eyobheka ke yona ke ibheka yona ke ipattern matching le iCMS.
But in your comparison and in your observation, did you then within the group count the striae, or you just looked at the pattern and you did what's called a follow-up, and then look at the pattern, follow up until you reach group number 6, and then you come to a finding that this gives me a pattern that is similar to the exhibit bullet?
I use pattern matching, my lord.
Okay.
Mina indlela engayisebenzisa ke ukuqhathanisa noma ukubheka ke ukuqhathanisa ke noma ke lebizwa ukuthi ke ipattern matching.
And just to concretize this point, with pattern matching, we don't do the land counting, correct? We don't count the striaes as to how many times they recur and all of that, correct?
No, my lord, I look at the specific pattern, the width, the depth of the furrows, the marks, the specific pattern.
Mina ngikubhekayo ke lapho indlela nje ethize ke yokwenza noma ke ekwenzeka ngayo lokho kubizwa ukuthi ke ama striaes kanye futhi ke nama grooves kanye futhi nokuthi ke ujule kangakanani futhi uvuleke kangakanani.
And just on that, if I say for people that are ballistically not educated, if I say you do a follow-on as you look group, the next group. Explain briefly what a follow-on is.
A follow-up, my lord, would be a second set of matching patterns to indicate that, so on your first group you'll have a pattern. You will follow to the next group. There will be an agreement of individual, which will be an agreement of the pattern. You will continue, you match the patterns to each other.
Uma ukhuluma ke ngefollow on ila khona ke uma usutholileke kweyoqala ke ipattern usundlulela kwenye ke ubheke ukuthi uzothola lokhu okutholileke kule ngaphambilini bese futhi uyandlulela nakwelandelayo.
And when you look at the test bullets under the microscope, TB3 to TB10, and you look at the exhibit bullet under the microscope, did you observe what you refer to in evidence in chief as slippage or skid marks on those exhibit bullet and test fires?
My lord, I simply explained as to how one of the means that you can distinguish between whether a 9mm was or a 38 was fired from a revolver. It was just an explanation.
Ngaphambilini ke bengichaza ke nje umahluko ke la ungathola khona ke uma bese ngikhuluma ke ngalama marks ngikhulume ke ubona ngama slip marks ama skid marks ukuthi ikona ke ukuchazelayo ukuthi bekusetshenziswa i38 noma bekusetshenziswa yona i9mm bengichaza lokho kuphela.
Yes, but now I'm asking you, within this context, did you see skid marks on the exhibit bullet and the test fires?
I can't recall, my lord. I simply looked at patterns. I can't recall whether it was a skid mark or a specific mark. There was agreement.
Engakubona ke ukuthi ke mina nje kwakhona ke ukuvumelana okwakukhona ke ukuthi kwakunalama mark ke esiwabiza ngokuthi ke ama skid marks ke angisakhumbula ukuthi kwakhona yini noma ngakuthola ngakubona yini lokho.
Now, if you look under a microscope as an examiner, and you find that the class characteristics are there, they are discernible, and there are some individual marks, but they are not sufficient for an identification, what conclusion may you as an examiner come to?
If there is not enough agreement of individual characteristics, my lord, I would prefer to make it inconclusive, as I cannot specifically say or include it.
Uma ukuthi ke ngiyathola ke ukuthi ke akwaneleke noma ke akukho kuvumelana okukhona ke ila engizothi khona ke uma sengificelela ke emaphethelweni ke ukuthi ke akwanele ngoba ke akukho engakusho ngesiqiniseko.
But I would record in my notes whether it is positively inclined or negatively inclined, for example.
Kodwa ke lokho into engizoyibhala ke kona ke ama notes ukuthi uma ihlanganiswa ke ngoko positive noma ke negative.
I was just about to come to that because I asked
iyahlanganiswa ke positive noma ke negative.
now your guiding document within the ballistic comparison and examination and the range of conclusions that you can arrive at are two documents. The first is the AFTE, the AFT theory of identification, and the second document is the AFT theory of of results that you can, of conclusions that you can arrive at. I just want to briefly touch with you on the third principle of AFTI, which says an examiner comes to a finding, whether it's an elimination, inclusion, or any other finding, in a subjective way, based on scientific principles and the examiner's training, experience, and knowledge. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware, my lord.
Umele lana ke uchaza ke ukuthi ke kunencwadi noma ke documenti abayibiza ngokuthi i-AFTI ke la ukuthi ke yini ke elindelekile noma ke ekufanele ke lowo owumcwaningi ayenze noma ke uma eseficelela ke noma efinyelela ke emaphethelweni aloko akutholayo uthi i-AFTI kodwa ke incwadi nama document amabini i-AFTI ne-AFTI.
And those combination, the scientific principles, your eye, your mind, judgment, plus your experience, it helps you to arrive at a finding that there is sufficient agreement between the striations on the compared specimen. Correct?
Correct, my lord.
Uyachaza nokuthi ke iyatshela ukuthi yini ke ekulekelelayo ke ukuthi ihlola lakho umcabango wakho kanye futhi ke kanye nesifilo noma ke ulwazi lwakho ke ukuthi yizona ke ezikulekelelayo ke ukuthi ufinyeleleke kuloko okutholile.
And in terms of principle number 2 of the theory of identification, in other words, I'm just going to sum it up. I'm not going to quote it verbatim because I don't have my material in front of me. It says, whether there's a level of sufficient agreement, you as an examiner, you must have observed marks that exceed the best agreement demonstrated between two marks known to have been produced by different tools and is consistent with agreement demonstrated by two marks known to have been produced by the same tool. And in essence, this leads us to what are commonly known as the known match and the known non-match. Would I be correct in that?
That's correct, my lord.
Are you reading from somewhere?
He's reading, he's summarizing.
It's principle 2. It's a long paragraph of the AFTI theory of identification.
Interpret something I don't know. Just go. No, I've got it, but it's fine. Go.
Is it fine?
I will just look for something I don't know. Let's go.
Now, with regard to that, man, I just want to come to the subjectivity that comes to play, especially at the interpretation of your findings. Everything thus far has been under the microscope, but now saying that I am looking at the exhibit bullet compared to any of the test fires, and with my mind and my eye in the mind, I must look first at the marks that were produced by a tool known to have produced that, compared to marks that were produced by tools known to have been produced by that tool, and say, with that in mind, with that background of mine and my experience, this is either an elimination, inclusion, or inconclusive. Correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Ngokuqhathanisa ke ubheka ke ngithi ke lokhu engikubonayo ke kubuya kuphi ke nalokho kubuya kuphi ke masikhuluma ngaso ke isibhamu ukuthi ke mase ngifica ke egcineni ukuthi ke ingqondo yami ke kanye nalo iselami yilokho engikubonayo ngithola khona lokho kuyiqiniso.
And Captain Serrano testified, I took something profoundly from him to say, we are in fact, as examiners, when you say we, I'm including myself under your category. You are saying it is a match, not because the marks are the same, but the marks are closer to similar. He used a term, I'm trying to look on my notes. He says it is microscopically identical. when you look at the marks under the microscope, they are almost identical.
That's correct, my lord. That is what he said.
Uma kuyilokho ke akushilo ngoba ke umeli uthi ke okushiwo uyena ke usirewo ukuthi ke uma ke sibheka ke lokho ayi ukuthi ke ama marks ke afane ncamashi kodwa ke uma sibheka kuyona ke I microscope sizothi ke kuyahlangana ke noma ke imatch ngoba ke cishe kufane uma esho kanjalo ke yebo.
Now there's also the length impressions. Can you briefly say what are the length impressions?
The lines are between the grooves, my lord. They are the flatter surfaces without the striations.
Uma sithetha ngama-length lana ke sithetha ke la kuyona ke ama-grooves kodwa hayi la khona ke ekunale yamigqa khona ke la eku-flat khona.
Now, you were asked by my learned colleague, Advocate Sibanda, to give a description or a definition of class characteristics and individual characteristics, but I will add and say that's not the full story, because there are what are called subclass characteristics, correct?
There is subclass characteristics, my lord. There is such a thing. That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso yabo ikhona ke into ebizwa ngokuthi ke ama subclass.
And what are those subclass characteristics?
My lord, subclass characteristics occur during the manufacturing process. They are limited to a specific batch of barrels produced.
Lokho ke kwenzeka ngesikhathi ke sokwenziwa ke noma ke esokuveliswa ke futhi ke kuya ke noma ke ngama batch ke ahlukene ke awo ama barrels.
Which means that some firearms don't necessarily have subclass characteristics.
Okusho ukuthi ke ibhame ithize ke azibi nakho ke kona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi ke ama subclass.
Now, in order to concretely say the the class characteristics, we know those for a bullet, right? We know the caliber, we know the rifling, we know all of those things. With class characteristics, as you compare to individual characteristics, in order for you as an examiner to say, I have looked at individual, I've looked at class, then with that in mind, I've eliminated subclass which may mimic individual characteristics to an unintelligible examiner. And having eliminated subclass characteristics, I can then say, truly what is left here are the individual marks that correspond with the individual marks on the exhibit bullet, right?
That's correct, my lord.
Yabo lana ke uma usukhuluma ke ngalamana ke lona ayihambela ngawodwa noma ke lana ekuthiwa ama individual nawo ke uphinde uwabheke ke ubheka nawo la ekuthiwa ama ahlangene ke noma ke ama subclass.
Can you personally distinguish between subclass characteristics and individual characteristics?
My lord, that is what we are trained for. Subclass characteristics are not necessarily transferred to each and every groove on a specific barrel. It is also an accidental mark which occurs during the manufacturing process. So it could be limited to one groove only. Therefore, I don't identify only on one specific groove. I ensure that there is a follow-up and other markings on other grooves and on other portions of the bullet, for me to be able to distinguish between individual and subclass characteristics.
Ikona ke esikuqeqeshelwayo ke lokho ukuthi sihlukaniseke ingakho ke uma ngitholile ke ugroove eyodwa ke angigcini lapho ke ingakho ke sengidlulela kwelandelayo ke ngidlulele ke futhi kwenye ke ukubheka ke ukuthi ke lokho engikutholile ngizophinde ngikuthole yini uma ngidlulela kuwona onke.
But in order for you to eliminate subclass characteristics, you need to know the batch that was produced that have got those subclass characteristics, correct?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean by batch?
You said subclass characteristics are limited to a shape along batches, didn't understand you, of certain firearms during manufacture.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm saying to you, in order for you as an examiner sitting with a ocular microscope comparing the exhibit and the test fire, you must then remove or take from your mind the subclass characteristics so that what you are left with are truly individual characteristics and class characteristics for you to arrive at any finding.
That's correct, my lord.
Lana ke ukuthi ke ngizoficelela ke esigcinweni noma amaphethelweni ukuthi ngitholani ke ila engizofanele ngisuse khona ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama subclass futhi ngibheke wona ke lana ke ayihambelayo ngawodwa ke ama individual ikona ke ekuzongiholela ekuthini ke ngifike noma ke ngifike emaphethelweni.
Amen. And if you cannot answer this, you may say you can't answer it. You are approached on the 22nd of July 2020 by Colonel Mangena for an opinion, right?
That's correct, my lord.
What was your rank at the time?
I was a captain, my lord.
Nge-22 sika July 2020 uma eza kumina ke uKolonel Mangena ezongicela ke uvo ngangiu-captain.
Therefore, you were suitably qualified for him also to have requested you to do a verification, correct?
My lord, my rank has nothing to do whether I'm suitable or qualified to give an opinion as to a microscopic finding.
Ukuthi ke isikhundla sami ke CP ke akunalutho noma akuhlangene lutho ke nokuthi ke nganikeza ngovo noma nganikezi ke ngalo uvo.
Because the criteria simply is that as long as you are a qualified examiner with experience, you can either proffer an opinion to a colleague or be asked to verify the findings of a colleague, correct?
As long as I am trained and sufficient and competent on the specific level, irrespective of rank, you can give an opinion or a verification, my lord.
Okufunekayo nje ukuthi ke uba nje ngitholile ngiqeqeshiwe ke futhi ke kwashiwa ukuthi ngikulungeleke okwenza lokho ukuthi ke iranki ke yipi lokho ke akuhlangene nje lutho.
And similarly, I'm perturbed by this perception of the experts or so-called experts when they come to court and they are asked, what is your high-profile case? Does Ballistic look at high-profile cases or they look at bullets from and components of ammunition, firearms from the scene, irrespective of the nature of the personality involved in the offense?
We look at the exhibits, my lord, irrespective of whether it is publicized or not.
Thina ke sikubhekayo noma sibuka ke amazibithi ukuthi ke icala leli ke liyasakazwa ke noma cha asibheki ke lokho.
So in your vocabulary there's no, because I learned this from a fingerprint expert. I put a question to him, I said high profile, he says no, we're looking at the case, we're not looking at high profile.
That's
and similarly,
correct.
the same should apply to you.
That's correct, my lord, the same applies.
Kuyiqiniso nakuthina ke ukuthi ke sibheka ke amazibithi asibheki ukuthi ke icala elinjani.
Now, have you ever been requested to verify a finding of an elimination?
I have, my lord.
Usuke wacela yini ke ukuthi ke ubheke ke la khona ke uthe cha lokho asikuhlanganisi nalokho siyakhipha yebo kusuke kwenzeka ke lokho.
Have you ever been asked to verify a finding of inconclusive?
I have, my lord.
Ukuthi nokuthi futhi ke ubheke ukuthi lana ke yebo kukhona ke kodwa ke akwaneleke yebo naloko seke ngakwenza.
With regard to the inconclusive finding for peer review, did you confirm or make it an inclusion or elimination?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You've been asked before to verify an inconclusive finding, right?
That's correct, my lord.
And when you verified, you did your independent microscopic examination. Did you then go to the primary examiner and say, no, for me, it's not an inconclusive case, it is a positive case, or for me, it is not an inconclusive, it's an elimination?
I have, my lord.
Manje ke kulokhu ke la uthi khona ke uceliwe ukuthi ubheke ke kuthiwa la cha khona ke la esikutholayo ke yebo khona ukutholakala kodwa ke akwaneleke noma ke akupheleleke ukuthi wena ke uma usubheka manje uthi cha ubuyele kulomuntu ocelile uthi la lokho engikutholayo ke lana cha lokho ke akusuku ukuthi nje akuphelele kuyakhishwa noma ke akuhlangani yebo ngiseke ngakwenza lokho.
Now in this instance, do you know Mr. Dave Peterson, who used to be attached to the Forensic Sciences Laboratory Ballistics section as well?
I know Mr. Peterson, my lord.
Ingabe uyamazi yini uDave Peterson naye ke usuke wasebenza ke la nisebenza khona yebo ngiyamazi.
Now we as the defense have retained him and he has examined TB1 to TB10, compared it with the exhibit bullet in the presence of the investigating officer of this case, Brigadier Gelinda and Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. And his findings are that this is an inconclusive case because he could find discernible class characteristics, he could find some individual characteristics, but they are not sufficient enough to make an inclusion. Therefore, he made it a case of an inconclusive finding. So I'm not going to speak about borderline. I don't speak about borderline. I'm speaking ballistics now. This is an inconclusive finding according to Dave Peterson.
I thought you would respond.
I'm not sure what the question
Do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Peters is entitled. Because we do cases on a daily basis. Mr. Peters has left the laboratory, to my extent, on 2015. I don't know how many cases he's been doing.
Lana ke mangibuza ngaye ke Mr. Dave Peters uthi naye ke usebenzile ke lana ke noma ke naye ke waqhathanisa ngaye uTB1 yofika ke kuTB10 futhi ke eqhathanisa nalo ke inhlamvu lena ke ezibithi wathola yena ke ukuthi ke cha lokhu ke akwaneleke noma ke lokhu akutholile ke na ke akwanele uthi ke ma iphendula ke thina ke sisebenza ngamacala ke ngathi ke ilanga nelanga uMr Peters uhambe elab ngo2015 angazi ukuthi mangaka amacala asebenza ngawo.
His opinion would be based on his own experience and training, my lord.
Uvo lwakhe ke lumayelana ke nesipiloni anaso ke futhi ke ne training ayithola.
Mr. Peters also has done over 6,000 cases, but on what he does on a daily basis, he'll come and tell this court. But when it comes to borderline, let me address this issue of borderline. In our consultation with him, he says the reason why Colonel Mangena approaches, and I'm sorry to not name you by ranks, it means no disrespect to all of you. The reason why I approached Felyun, I mean, that's what he says, Mr. Dave Peters. The reason why Colonel Mangena approaches these individuals, Ntini, Fesser, and Felyun, is because he was having difficulty. This was a borderline case of identification, which could have been made inconclusive. And I told Colonel Mangena during our testing in his Mistrend laboratory that this is a borderline inconclusive case, therefore it should have been made inconclusive. That's why the word borderline comes in.
My lord, I would suspect that that statement is based on Mr. Peters' assumption and opinion.
Sorry. Okay.
No.
Lana ke angitshele ke ukuthi ke okushiwo uyena ke uPeters ukuthi ke ungani ke uKolonel Mangena waya ke kulabantu ke ababiziwe ke ukuthi ke uFelyun abontini kanye futhi ke nalabo abanye ke ingoba ke wayibona ukuthi la kuleqala kwakufanele ke nje afinyelele ukuthi ke cha lana akwaneleke ingakho ayakubona ke uma iphendula ke uthi ke lokho ke umcabango wakhe ke yena ke uDave Peters.
My lord, I'm almost done. May I be given just a moment to go through my notes to see if I have left anything.
Sorry, just for my understanding. How long did you work with Mr. Peterson?
From 2000, my lord, until 2015.
Sebenze naye ke Mr Peters ukusuka ngo2000 asole ngo2000 kwayofika ke naye u2015.
And then you say he left
He left the laboratory.
employ of the South African Ballistics.
That is correct, my lord.
Waseyahamba ke ngayo u2015.
To do what? Do you know? If you don't know.
As far as I understand, he's a private expert.
Private?
He started his own company.
Okay.
Ngokwazi kwami ke waqala inkampani yakhe ke ungoti oyimele.
And what exactly it is, I cannot recall.
Ukuthi kuyini ke angikhumbuli.
My lord, that's all I had for the witness. Thank you, Amanda.
Why do you quantify the type of work he does? You say you guys work daily with these ballistics.
That is correct, my lord.
Daily.
Daily, that is our core function, my lord, is examination of firearms and tool marks
For the whole of South Africa.
for all the examiners in South Africa.
Umsebenzi wethu esiwenza ke nelanga ke futhi ke sisebenzela ke eSouth Africa yonkana.
Whether you receive a firearm or exhibits on a basis, whether you receive tool marks will be determined by the operational commander.
Ukuthi ke uthola ke ibhamu ke uthola ke ama tool marks lokho ke uzo uyena ke icommander ozokusho ke lokho.
Yeah, man, before just I finish, that's like I said to you, what Mr. Peterson does on a daily basis, he'll come to this court because it will be wrong for me to put a proposition that he also works daily with firearms when he hasn't given me that instruction. So he'll speak for himself. Thank you.
Uzoyisholo yena ke ukuthi wenzani ke noma ke umuphi ke umsebenzi awenzayo angeke ngimkhulumele mina ke uPeterson.
Sorry, and what was his rank when he left?
Lieutenant Colonel, my lord.
Waye uLieutenant Colonel naye ke uma esebeka phansi ke khona lapha le yena uDavid.
Yes. Further cross-examination, Mr. Ballistic.
I realize that we only 10 minutes towards the lunch adjournment, so I request that I start with the cross-examination.
What time should we start?
2 months. Normally, the starting time of the lunch is at 2 o'clock.
Is that okay, Mr.
It's in order, my lord.
You're available at 10 to 2.
I'm available, my lord.
Okay. We'll come back at 10 to 2.
I can see, ma'am, from your affidavit that you have been for some time with the Forensic Science Laboratory. You said it's almost 29 years, not so. 24 years. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but we're also saying that 24 years is
Now, one of the experts from the Ballistic Forensic Science Laboratory told this court that each and every exhibit that gets into the Forensic Science Laboratory must be registered. Do you also share the same view? That expert said the reason for that is to trace is to track or trace the movement of that exhibit. Do you also share the same reason? Now, what are the legalities? And I'm asking these questions based on the fact that you are an expert within the perimeters of the ballistic unit. What are the legalities of an exhibit that gets into the Forensic Science Laboratory in a way other than it being registered at the administrative section of the Forensic Science Laboratory? Mind to give an example? Yes, an example. I'm saying, do you mind to give an example?
For example, if you collect, for example, a spindle or something small, it depends on what the currency is. Maybe, for example, if you collect a small sample of a plank of wood that you cut out yourself, it will then be sealed at the scene, for example, and you will register it at the Ballistic administration section.
Kuya ngokuthi ke yini ke oyiphethe noma uhamba nayo mhlambi ke usike nje iplanka ke khona lapha kwindawo leyo yesigameko bese uyalifaka ke ngaphakathi kuloko ufaka kona ubese uyahamba ke uyolibhalisa khona lapho eballistic.
I will go back to the reason why an exhibit that is capable of being packaged into a seal bag should be put in the seal bag, and the seal thereof should be sealed before it gets sent to the Forensic Science Laboratory. Well, the experts have elucidated on that aspect for quite some time now. They've explained the reason for that. So me and you won't go to that aspect again.
Ngeke sibe sabuyela ke emuva ke ongoti sebekhulumile ngako ke isizathu sokuthi ke kuthathwe ke izibiti khona lapho lifakwe esikhwameni asingeke sibuyele kuloko.
Thank you. Now let me try to paint the following scenario. In respect of what I've just asked you. Now there's an exhibit that is handed over, or that was handed over to the Forensic Science Laboratory. It got worked upon by a certain expert, and then it was released. and with the instruction that it should go for destruction. I'm talking of a firearm. There was a specific instruction that firearm should go for destruction. After that expert from the forensic science laboratory had worked on it. It was taken out of the premises of the forensic science laboratory. Let me pause there. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
Sikhona ke nje isibhamu sokhuluma ngaso ke la ekwathi ke mase siqediwe ke ukusetshenzwa ngaso kwathi ke asihanjiswe ke.
Now, you will agree with me that when the initial expert who worked on that exhibit had finalized his examination on that exhibit, he or she would seal it before it gets out of the forensic science laboratory, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi seqedile kusebenza ngaleso sibhamu ngaphambi kokuthi siphumeke khona ke elab kuzofanele ke asifake ke kusona ke isikhwama sezobufakazi.
Thank you. Now, this is what exactly happened here. It went to the police station where instructions were given to the SAP 13 custodian, who was a captain, with instruction that he needed to prepare the firearm for destruction. But just before it could go for destruction, information apparently surfaced that that firearm could be linked with certain scenes or with this case that we're busy with now. Do you follow up to this far?
I follow, my lord.
Kukhulunywe ngaleso sibhamu njengaphambi kokuthi ke sithathwe ke siyophethwa leso sibhamu leso kwakhona okuvelayo ukuthi ke singahlanganiswa ke nezigameko ezithile kakhulukazi lesi isigameko esingaso khona la.
Now, as a result of that information which surfaced, an expert from the forensic science laboratory went to the police station, go and retrieve the firearm, and took it back to the forensic science laboratory. However, when he fetched it, he found that the bag, the seal bag of that in which that firearm was put, was broken. Do you follow up to that far?
I follow, my lord.
Wasekethi ke manje ke sekutholakele ke lokho siyahamba kuyothatha leso sibhamu leso ezobuyela naso ke elab kodwa wathola ukuthi leso sibhamu leso sizobufakazi isibhamu esasifakwe kusona ke manje ke asisavalekile ke noma ke asaphelele.
Nonetheless, he took it to the forensic science laboratory. Firearm was never registered according to, in fact, let me put it this way. It was not received the manner in which exhibits are supposed to be received at the forensic science laboratory. That is through the administration section of the forensic science laboratory, where they will issue you out with an acknowledgement of receipt, you know, that little paper. So he took it straight and direct to his office. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Asitholakala ke ngendlela ke ekumele ukuthi ke sitholakala ngayo wase eyahamba naso ke manje eya ehoffice lakhe.
He went on to conduct tests on a firearm, part of which we are a bone of contention now. And he approached you. You probably know now that I'm talking about Colonel Mangena.
I know, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyazi ke ukuthi ukhuluma ngaye uKolonel Mangena.
Now the question is, in view of the fact that each and every exhibit that is supposed to get into the forensic science laboratory, it had to follow certain protocol. And in this instance, such protocol was never followed. What is the view of the forensic science laboratory in respect of this protocol that was not followed?
Firstly, my lord, there will be circumstances as to why Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, if we're not talking about the same person, would go to the SAP 13 and collect the firearm, there would be a reason therefore.
Okokuqala ke soba khona isizathu sokuthi ke kungani ke enza ngendlela enza ngayo uKenel Mangena ukuthi ke ahambe ke aye khona lapho futhi ke aye ke SAP13 ayothola ispam.
As to that, I cannot elaborate. I don't know what the reason is. You didn't explain that to me.
Ukuthi ke kungani ke akukho ke engakusho awushongo kumina ukuthi kwangani.
Further, the exhibits received at case administration at the Forensic Science Laboratory are handed in by investigating officers and are accompanied by a covering letter and then, as you said, acknowledgement of receipt.
Futhi ke amaqala uma engena khona ke elab noma ke amafile ke alethwa ibona ke abaphenya amaqala futhi ke kunencwadi ke noma ke iletter ke ehamba nayo kanye ke nala futhi ke khona umuntu avumayo ke khona ukuthi yebo ngikutholile lokho.
This covering letter, for example, will mention exhibits that are handed in and to the analysis they require.
Lapho ke izochaza ke amazibithi alethiwe kanye futhi nokuthi yini ekufanele yenziwe.
So this process will then essentially not be applicable, as Colonel Mangena is not an investigating officer with a covering letter handing it in at case reception.
Manje ke lokho angeke kwenzekeke nanjengoba yena ke uKenel Mangena ungasiyena ke ophenye icala futhi ke ayikho neletter ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ukuthi phecelezi ke covering letter noma incwadi ke ehamba nayo.
As when Colonel Mangena receives, when you receive anything from an SAP 13, my lord, there are specific procedures that are followed at the specific SAP 13, which are police procedures.
Futhi ke khona ke kwenziwayo ke kuloko kubizwa ukuthi ke SAP 13 ekuyindlela ke amaphoyisa enza ngayo.
So I would then expect that even if Lieutenant Colonel Mangena collected the exhibit himself, he would have followed those specific procedures.
Ngindlela ukuthi ke noma ke uKenel Mangena kuyena ke owaya wayosithatha ke isibhamu kufanele ukuthi lezo intelo lezo ke wazilandela.
This court has been told that he went to the SAP 13 at the instructions of the investigating officer. In other words, the investigating officer said to him, I've got information that a certain firearm that the warrant rule officer worked on could be involved in this case. Can you please go fetch it at SAP 13? That is the reason why he personally went there. And he came and told this court that the reason why he did not request the investigating officer to go fetch it himself is because he himself knew exactly where to find that firearm. That is what he told this court. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
I was just addressing something, so I
no,
missed
thank
it.
you. I think you're to step. I'm saying, for the benefit of Mr. Jonas, Mr. Mangena told this court that the reason why he personally went to the SAP 13 himself is because the investigating officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kininda, Mr. Kininda told him that there is a firearm that warrant officer, rule officer worked on, which could be linked in this case.
Sorry. Okay, proceed, sorry.
Thank you. He then requested Mr. Mangena to go there personally fetch the firearm. And the reason why Mr. Mangena did not request Kininda to bring it to him was that Mangena knew specifically where to find that firearm.
uKenel Mangena etshela ke lenkantolo izathu sokuthi ke ahambe ke ayiyele yena ke mathupha ke police station ngoba ke kwakhulumisana naye ke uBrigadier Kininda futhi ke izathu sokuthi ke ungabi yena ke uBrigadier Kininda oyayo kodwa Mangena ayiyele khona lapho ngoba ke uKenel Mangena wayazi ukuthi isibhamu lesi uzosithola kuphi futhi uGininda wakusho ke nabo ukuthi isibhamu lesi ke lesi warrant officer rule officer asebenza ngaso kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke siyambandakanyeka icala elithize.
Do you follow?
I follow, my lord. I just don't understand the concept of knew exactly where to find the firearm.
Yeah,
Is he referring to the...
maybe they're not telling you the whole story. Kininda's evidence, as sorry, Mangena's evidence is that this firearm was involved in a Cleveland case where somebody else was charged with unlawful possession of that very same firearm. And that case was finalized. That's one of the aspects which you're not being told. That case was finalized. So according to Mangena, when he goes to fetch that firearm, it's supposed to be just destroyed. It's not going to be investigated in any other matter except the one which he assumes it could be relevant to. Okay.
Okunye ke okusho kwamahluleli ke ummeli angakusho kwenake ukuthi ke futhi ke wayekwazi ke uMangena ukuthi ke isibhamu leso ke sasihlanganiswa ke necala ke lase Cleveland la ekwakunomuntu khona ke owayethweswe ke lelo cala lelo bebisokuthi ke manje ke maseqediwe ke ngalelo cala alikho licala bezohlanganiswa naso lesi sibhamu lesi ngoba ke seliqediwe leliyana.
That is exactly what I was saying. That warrant officer, rule officer worked on this firearm, he completed his examination in this firearm, put it in the seal bag, and this firearm was sent back to the police station where it came from.
I understand.
I only omitted to mention the name of the police station, which is Cleveland. And at the police station, the SAP 13 clerk, yes, I think it's Mr. Mchali, then received instruction that he needed to prepare that firearm for destruction.
I understand, madam.
But before that process could eventuate, then Mr. Mangena, Mr. Kininda approached or informed Mr. Mangena that no, that firearm that warrant officer, rule officer worked on could be involved in this case.
I understand, my lord.
Could you then please go and fetch it? That is exactly where I am.
Ngiyakuzwa ke ukuthi washiwo kanjalo ukuthi ke kusengenzeka ukuthi leso sibhamu leso siyambandakanyeka kuleli cala manje hamba ke uyosilana.
Now, would you agree with me that as soon as that firearm was released by the Forensic Science Laboratory after warrant officer rule officer worked on it, it went out of the perimeters of the Forensic Science Laboratory? In other words, it was released.
It left the property, my lord, if that is what you're trying to say.
Yebo ke useqedile ke ngaso ukuthi sibhamu leso saye sesiphuma ke khona lapha.
Now, because the Forensic Science Laboratory knew that such an exhibit is no longer in our possession, what should have been the proper protocol in respect of its return back into the Forensic Science Laboratory?
My lord, this is an exception. There isn't necessarily specific protocol because this is something out of the ordinary. It is not a standard norm or an average case that we get to examine in the laboratory.
Lana ke sikhuluma ngento ke eyayingajwayelekile ke noma ke lokhu ngandlela ke vamise ukuthi senze ngayo ke elab kodwa ke nje lena kwakuyisimo nje esasisodwa noma ke esasikhethekile.
What is ordinary about this one?
There's nothing ordinary about this case in terms of the collection of the firearm. I'm saying ordinary case, received at case reception, following the process, hand it to the analyst, you do it in your office, you reseal it, you hand it back to the safe. That is an ordinary daily case.
Mangikhuluma ke ngeqala ke lijwayelekile ke lamalanga onke ke ila icala elibhaliswa khona ke mala elifikela khona ke landluliselwa kuwena uyasebenza ngalo bese futhi uyalibuyisela ke.
Maybe I did not understand you when you speak about extraordinary. Were you saying that this case was an extraordinary case?
This specific situation would be extraordinary as to now the firearm is up for destruction and it is at the SAP 13.
Yes.
And Colonel Mangena would like to re-examine the firearm.
Yes.
That is something else.
Lana ke bese sikhuluma manje ke ngokunye ke noma ke mhlambe engasikona lokho okujwayelekile ukuthi isibhamu kwaseqediwe ukusetshenziswa ngaso sekuzohanjwa ke manje sesiyoqhithwa ke manje uKenel Mangena fanele aphinde futhi asebenze ngaso.
That is exactly my question. What is extraordinary about that?
I would assume that in order to prevent the firearm from being sent for destruction, Colonel Mangena took immediate action to ensure that he can collect the firearm, that it is available for recollection. Once it is destroyed, it cannot be re-examined. So, in my opinion, it would be to prevent such an event from occurring.
Lana ke ngikhuluma ngokuthi ke kwakuyena ke ukuthi manje ke avimbeke ukuthi isibhamu lesi sithathwe ke manje bese siyohlakazwa ke ngokuthi ke ahambe ayihambele yena ke ayiyele khona lapho ayosithola isibhamu ngoba uma bese sihlakaziwe ke bengeka aphinda kwazi ke ukuthi asibheke noma sihlole.
What do you say about the fact that he received information from the investigating officer? Should he not have said to the investigating officer, no, bring that firearm yourself?
It depends on the situation, my lord. I cannot comment as to why the investigating officer asked Colonel Mangena to collect it.
Angeke ngikusho ukuthi kwakungani ukuthi umphenyi wecala abesethi ke uKhen Mangena akahambe yena ayosilanda isibhamu.
Thank you. But now even so, upon Mr. Mangena's arrival with the firearm in the forensic science laboratory, did he not have to go through the proper channel of registering the firearm through the administrative section of the forensic science laboratory?
Not necessarily, my lord, because the case has been registered. It's the same firearm received. There's no specific procedure that needs to be followed.
Kwakungekho ke kwakufanele kwenze noma ke akulandeleke ngoba ke isibhamu leso sasesikhona lapho ke futhi necala futhi nalo ke seli registeriwe.
As long as Colonel Mangena kept record of his actions, that it would be sufficient.
Ukuthi nje uKhen Mangena yena ke konke awayekwenza ke kube okubhalwa phansi.
Now, what about the notion that every exhibit that gets into the into the forensic science laboratory needs to be registered in order to track its movement? Where does that fit in the fact that Mr. Mangena did not register his firearm?
In terms of tracking an exhibit, my lord, there are several people handling that specific exhibit. Once it is received by an administrative person who registers it. From there, the ballistic administration section will come collect the specific firearm. From there, it will be placed in the ballistic safe. From there, it will be handed over to an analyst by someone working in the safe. So there are several people involved in handling that specific exhibit.
Kunabantu ke bahlukene ke abambandakanyekayo ke noma ke isibhamu leso ke noma izibiti lelo elizohamba kubona ke ngaphambilini kokuthi uma sekukhulunywa ke ngokuthi ngokulandelela nokubheka ukuthi ke sihamba kuphi noma izibiti lelo likuphi nendawo.
So for the example of this specific case, Colonel Mangena is the only one handling the firearm. So the procedure will then be different.
Lana ke uKhen Mangena kwakuyena kuphela umuntu ke owayesebenza noma ephethe ke leso sibhamu okusho ukuthi ke manje indlela ke yokwenza izokwehluka.
Are you suggesting then that you could also have gone to a scene somewhere, go fetch the firearm and not register it and take it into your laboratory and work on it without having first to register it with the administrative section of the forensic science laboratory? Is that what you're saying?
No, my lord, that is not what I'm saying. It will depend on the merits of the case. This firearm has already been at the laboratory. There is already a record of this firearm. I'm not collecting a brand new exhibit that has never been received at the laboratory. I will not. That is a completely different set of circumstances.
Nasikona ke lokho ngisho ukuthi nami bengahamba ngiyena mayikuphi ngiyolanda ke izibithi ngingalibhalisile kodwa ke lana kuhlukile ke ngoba lesi sibhamu bese sikhona ke ngaphambilini khona lana ke akusiyo ukuthi ke kuyolandwa ke into noma okusha engasetshenzwanga ngakho la bekuhlukile kulesi sibhamu.
Thank you. Now this firearm, whether for good or wrong reasons, it got into the forensic science laboratory. Then Mangena worked on it. He then analyzed the scene bullets vis-a-vis the test bullets which you testified about. Do you understand?
I understand that.
Sasifika kuyeta ke uMangena wabe esesebenza ke manje ngenhlamvu lena ke endawo yesigameko kanye naleyo ke ekuyena ke baba inhlamvu eya testwa.
And amongst others, what it did was to request your opinion on this firearm. That's what you told the court.
That's correct, my lord.
Akwenza ke ukuthi acele kumina ke uvo mayelana nalesi sibhamu.
Did Mangena tell you the reason why
markings. From there, I proceeded to compare the test bullets to the specific exhibit bullet, after which I determined that the exhibit bullet was fired from the same firearm as the test bullets.
Engakwenza ukuthi ke kuqala ngiqhathanise wona ke ama test lana ke noma inhlamvu leziko kwakuyizona ke ezayisetshenziswa ukutesta ukubheka ke ama marks lawo ngase kamuva ke ngithatha ke manje inhlamvu lena ekuyiyona eyatholakala ke kwindawo yesigameko ngiqhathanisa nawo ke ama test ila ngase ngithola khona ke ukuthi kwasebenza ke isibhamu esodwa ukudubula inhlamvu le eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko nalezi eyama test.
And you told the court that the method that you used was pattern matching, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke indlela engenza ngayo ke le esibiza ke thina ke emaphoyiseni ke noma esiphoyiseni njenge pattern matching.
And you further told the court that prior to comparing the test bullet with the same bullet, you started by comparing the test bullets themselves to find out if they were indeed fired from the same firearm. Did I get you well there?
It was to familiarize myself with the markings, my lord, not to determine whether they were fired from the same firearm.
Uma ke ngikhathanisa ke ama test wona odwa ke kwangangabheki ukuthi ke kwaduduka noma kwasetshenziswa isibhamu esodwa yini kwakuyijwayeza nje ngama markings lawo akhona lapho.
And the test bullets that you determined assured you that they were indeed from a similar, they were discharged from the same tool, not so?
That's correct. Yes, my lord.
Futhi ke le inhlamvu lezi ke zama test ke za ila engathola khona ukuthi ngempela ke abuya kwisibhamu esodwa.
Now, before we go further, because Mr. Mangena requested your opinion, why did you have to pen a 212 statement?
The 212 statement, my lord, was requested by Advocate Baloyi.
Ngoba ke Colonel Mangena wacela ke noma wayicela kona kwakuwuvo unganike wenze le statement lesike esiphambi kwakho ke lesi sibiza ngokuthi ke i212 kungoba ke sicelwe uyena ke uadvocate Baloyi.
Is it the procedure, ma'am, that when a person who has been requested for an opinion, if that ever does happen within the context of forensic science laboratory?
It's not necessarily...
I'm not yet done with asking a question.
Excuse me. Sorry, my lord.
Is it procedure that a person who has been requested to give an opinion and they go through the bullet under, they go through the exhibits using microscope, they pen a 212 statement? In other words, what you did was that normal procedure?
It's not the standard procedure, my lord, but there is, again, an exception.
Ngeke ngithi noma akusiyona ke indlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke kodwa ke kukhona ke la khona ke ungathi ke khona ke ungakwenza ke noma ke ungayenza ke into ukuthi ke mina ngenze istatement lesi sibiza ngokuthi ke i212.
What are the exceptions in this case?
In this case, my lord, it was requested by Advocate Baloyi, as it was mentioned in court that we did view the exhibit bullets and the test bullet for us to furnish the court with the report.
Lana ke kube uyena ke Advocate Baloyi ocelile ke ukuthi ke istatement lesi angisenze ke nanjengoba kuye kwavela ke noma kwashiwo ke la enkantolo ukuthi ke nathi ke sasebenza ke kusona lesibhamu kanye futhi nenhlamvu lezi.
Mr. Baloyi does not work at a forensic science laboratory. You probably don't work according to his instructions. Not so.
My lord, I cannot answer such a question.
I wanted to raise an objection. It's a fair question.
It's a legal document, 212, is it not?
It's a legal document.
Yeah.
What is the issue with the legal document, my lord?
Section 212 affidavit is a legal document.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Is it correct to Mr.
That's correct.
And then he said it's correct. You don't think it is?
But I don't understand what are the basis for the court to raise the issue that the 212 statement is a legal document.
It's because you are saying Baloi doesn't work in a laboratory.
Yes.
So I'm saying the document which this witness says was prepared for her by Baloi, it's a legal document. Section 202, subsection 4, subsection 8 of the Criminal Procedure Act. That's all I'm saying.
And this witness has just said, my lord, that was not, it is not normal procedure. So I don't understand how does the court then fit in the fact that this is a legal document when this witness has said
yeah, it is a legal document.
Procedure.
If you think it's not a legal document, you can take me on appeal.
I'm not saying it's not a legal document, my lord, but
if you think I'm wrong,
I want to know the
listen to me. If you think I'm wrong, take me on appeal. It's your right. Because I am correct.
I'm on a point of procedure, my lord, not on the legality of the document.
I am also on the point of procedure. Section 212 document, it's a legal document. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Good.
So you said, although this was not procedure, you did that in compliance with the instruction from Mr. Baloi.
It was a request, my lord.
Yes.
Noma usho-ke ukuthi akusiyona-ke indlela ekwenziwa ngayo kodwa lokho kwenzileke ngoba kushiwo uyena-ke uBaloyi ukuthi cha kwakuyisicelo noma wacela-ke ukuthi angikwenze.
Thank you. Mr. Sireyo told the court that a 212 statement in respect of firearm analysis is only prepared by the main examiner, that is the first person who works in this, on the exhibits, and the person who then confirms his work does not have to pen a 212 statement. They only sign in the form that is there in their website. Is that how it works?
That is generally how it works, my lord, unless the court requests a document to be provided in support or to assist the court.
Lana-ke okushiwo uyena-ke uSireyo ukuthi-ke umuntu owenza-ke le statement lesi esibizwa ngokuthi yi-212 yena-ke ulo ekuyena obesebenza-ke amazibithi lona-ke yena obhekayo noma oqinisekisa umsebenzi asikho isidingo salokho. Yebo indlela-ke kwenziwa ngayo ngaphandle kokuthi-ke uma inkantolo isicela-ke ukuthi kube nestatement-ke noma idocument ekhona-ke ukusupporta lokho okushiwoyo.
Exactly. That order can only come from the court, not from Mr. Baloi. Did you receive any order that came from the court that you should prepare a 212 statement?
My lord, I cannot comment on that.
Thank you.
Lokho-ke akubuyanga kuyona inkantolo nanjengoba usho ukuthi kubuya kuyena-ke u-advocate Baloi. Kukhona yini okuthole enkantolo okushoyo angeke ngikuphendule loyo mbuzo.
This court doesn't have authority to instruct any practitioner to prepare a 212 statement. We don't have that authority. I can't make that order.
Yes. I agree with the court 113%. The court is 113% correct. Therefore, that goes to the legality of the 212 statement that this witness prepared. But I won't get there now, my lord. My time will come to get there. Whether on appeal or where, but my time will come. Thank you, my lord. Now you say you were requested for an opinion. And for you to give that opinion, Mr. Mangena also gave you his file with all the exhibits. So,
No, my lord, that's not what happened.
Asikona okwenzeka-ke lokho ukuthi-ke wanginika-ke ifayili-ke kanye nawo onke amazibithi uKenneth Mangena.
He came to my office with the case file and handed me the exhibits. I did not remove them from the case file myself.
weza-ke nayo-ke ifayili lecala leli-ke kanye nawo-ke akusimina-ke owakhipha-ke amazibithi kulona-ke ifayili lecala.
That is what I said. He gave you the exhibits. What's the difference?
Sorry, I misunderstood that you said he gave me the file.
Yeah, no, I said he
There's a
gave you the
difference.
exhibits.
Okay, then that's correct. If he handed me the exhibits, that is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke uma uthe-ke wanginikeza-ke bekuyiqiniso.
Thank you. Now, I had a look at the definition of the term opinion. What opinion entails, unless the forensic science laboratory has got its own definition of the word opinion. And this is what I got. Just give me a second. And this is what I got from the Concise Oxford Dictionary. And it describes or it defines an opinion as a view or a judgment or belief based on grounds short of proof, provisional conviction. It's a view which is held as probable. In other words, it's a belief or that is based on grounds that are short of proof. In other words, you don't need to experiment it. You don't have to do an experiment. That is what opinion is. If you want to confirm it, you can go on Google. So what you did here, you went through the exhibit and analyzed them and came to the conclusion that the exhibits that were handed to you were fired from the same firearm that is vis-a-vis now the same bullets. So
That's correct, ma'am.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngathatha-ke la mazibithi-ke ngase ngiyawa-testa-ke futhi-ke kanye nayo-ke inhlamvu lena-ke iyatholakala nayo kwindawo yesigameko.
that was no longer an opinion in terms of what opinion is from the dictionary. That was a confirmation. Do you agree with me?
No, my lord. This is a microscopic opinion based on my training and experience. It's not just a discussion on a random opinion. I used the microscope based on specific procedures and things I looked at on the microscope according to my training and my experience.
Lokhu ke ngakwenza-ke ngokwendlela-ke engaqeqeshwa ngayo futhi ke ngisebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope akusilona nje uvo-ke olwavela kodwa-ke ngenza ngokwendlela-ke engatshelwa noma engaqeqeshwa ngayo.
By the way, you said, Mr. Mangena said to you, can you please give him your opinion on the package that he gave you? On the file that he gave you?
It's a microscopic opinion, my lord.
Wathi ucela uvo lwami-ke kusetshenziswa yona-ke ithulusi leli-ke esibizwa ngokuthi-ke i-microscope.
Were those his words?
Yes, my lord. I gave him a microscopic opinion based on what I found on the microscope, referring to the exhibit test and the exhibit and the test bullets.
Yebo ngamnika uvo-ke lwalokho engakuthola-ke ngisebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope kuyona-ke inhlamvu yatholakala kanye futhi-ke nalezi ezatestwa.
Microscopic opinion.
My lord,
That's why
whether you
we
said
requested you
microscopic or
to
can
give
you do it on the microscope, it still refers to the same thing.
Noma-ke kusetshenziswa kodwa kusasho nje into eyodwa ukuthi-ke kusetshenziswe yona-ke lolo luvo lolo kusetshenziswa yona-ke i-microscope.
Just become, you know, words carry very strong message. You're telling this court that Mangena came to you and said, can you please give me your opinion on this? Can you please give me, the second version is, can you please give me microscopic opinion on this? Now the third version is, can you give me an opinion on microscope on this?
My lord, the opinions are not different. My statement clearly states microscopic opinion. It is a word. Can you look at on the microscope, microscopic opinion, it still refers to the same action.
Istatement sami siyakusho lokhu ukuthi-ke ungabheka yini-ke usebenzisa yona-ke i-microscope kusasho noma kusakhuluma into eyodwa.
Because ma'am, I'm going to tell you that what you're telling this court as having been a request from Mr. Mangena That is not what Mr. Mangena told this court. And I'm going to specifically refer to you what he told this court. He told this court that he requested you to confirm his work, not an opinion. He told this court that he requested you to confirm his work. Is that not what he said? There's an objection from the state. Thank you.
From the state. Those were not the way. Colonel Mangena, he requested for an opinion, not a confirmation.
Do you have the record of that?
I do not have the typed record at this stage, my lord.
Don't
But
have it.
from the notes, it's clear that he requested for an opinion.
Oh, see.
As it please the court, my lord, let me take you to the record where Mr. Mangena requested for your confirmation, not an opinion. Now, if you bear with me, for the benefit of the court, of course.
But this witness is here. The evidence may differ, as you're saying, from Mangena's evidence. But she is adamant that she was requested to furnish a microscopic opinion.
That's correct, ma'am.
That's what you were requested.
That's correct.
Not that you must confirm his findings.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so it won't help us to check the record. You are right. She says she's right.
No, my lord, it can't be like that. I can't be right and she's also right when we're talking two different things. One must not be right. And the state stood up when I said Mr. Mangena requested you to give him your, to confirm his work. The state stood up and emphatically said that Mr. Mangena requested this witness to give him an opinion. Now the court says no, Mr. Mangena said give me a microscopic opinion.
Okay.
We both right.
How do you give an opinion, ma'am?
By confirming what I see
On what?
on the microscope, ma'am.
Is that what you use to decipher?
Yes, my lord. The tool used, whether it's a confirmation, an opinion, it is still on the microscope.
Fine.
Ukuthi ke kufanele ngiqinisekise nginikeze ngovo kodwa ke kusezosetshenziswa into eyodwa ukuthi iyona ke leya microscope engizobheka ngayo.
Fortunately, my lord, I will not allow to be sidetracked this time, but this is what Mr. Mangena said. He said it in his evidence in chief. He also said it under cross-examination by Mr. Ramosipili. And this is what he says. Now, and we should bear in mind that the state says in its objection that Mr. Mangena requested an opinion from you, not to confirm. But let's go to the record of the 30th of August 2023. Probably don't have it today. I've got it here. I'm going to read this into the record. Do you understand?
I understand, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to request you to bear with me because I'm going to read 4 full pages. Now, the date of this record is the 30th of August 2023. We are starting on page 79 on line number 8, where he says, okay, let us start at line number 5, where he says, once we have a match on it, or even if it is a negative, but to confirm that, I will call one of my colleagues to come and confirm if my findings are correct, and in this instance, I have asked more than, I think it was 4 colleagues to confirm that. All of them confirmed it. Now this is for the 4th time that the word confirm is being used, not so. Confirmed that, but only one signed the confirmation form, and it was Lieutenant Colonel Surero who confirmed the case for me that the bullets, there's a triple dots, then the court intervened. Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel, Mr. Mangena, Sereyo, court Sereyo, Mr. Mangena, yes. Then the court says, can all those people come and give evidence so that there's an intervention? Mr. Baloyi then says, yes, indeed, we'll be calling Colonel Sereyo. The court asked, Sereyo, Mr. Baloyi, yes. Then the court asked, is that the one who signed this? Mr. Baloyi, he who signed this. Mr. Mangena, he is the one who confirmed it. So, Lieutenant Colonel, you are carrying out a demonstration. You are still carrying out a demonstration. Now, you probably heard what I read, not so?
I heard, my lord.
You still insist that he requested you for an opinion.
My lord, Colonel Mangena gave me an exhibit and he gave me tests. He asked me to compare it, to look at it, to confirm it on the microscope. The action is still on the microscope. After I gave him my opinion, saying that I'm of the opinion that this test bullet was fired from the same firearm as the exhibit bullets, and he had written the same thing, it is a confirmation that we are, my opinion is the same as his. We confirmed it is the same.
Okwenzekile ukuthi ke se ukusetshenziswa ke kwalamagama amabili uqinisekisa kanye futhi novo ke engikwenzile ukuthi ke ulethile ke ifile lena enalamazibiti athi ke ngicela ke manje ungibhekeleke lana ke ngoba ke inapho mina engikutholileke bese emuva kokuthi ke sengishilo ukuthi ngibhekileke mina ke semanje sekuyaqinisekiswa uqinisekiswa uvo lami engimnike lona emuva kokuthi ke ngisebenzise yona ke leyo microscope.
Now you agree with me that he requested you to confirm his work.
It is the same thing, my lord, whether I give an opinion or I confirm it is, to me it's the same thing.
Mina ke kuyinto eyodwa noma ke ngiyaqinisekisa noma ngimnikeza uvo kuyinto eyodwa.
Now the term confirmation, again when we go to the Oxford Concise Dictionary, is described as to establish something more firmly, to ratify, to certify and corroborate. That is what the dictionary defines what confirmation is. You can also go and look it on Google. Did you get that?
I heard that, my lord.
Thank you. Now what you did, it is exactly what Sirero did, not so?
It is the same thing, my lord.
Engakwenza nokwenziwa usilewo into eyodwa.
The only difference is I did not sign a document.
Umehluko ukuthi mina ke alikho ke ipaper noma ke document la engasayinda khona.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Serrero, this aspect has been touched base by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipini. Mr. Serrero, in confirming, because that's what the procedure for confirming is, indicated that he worked on bullet number 9, bullet number 8 and bullet number 4, test bullet number 8 and test bullet number 4, for purposes of confirming Mangena's results. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Ushilo ke usirewo ukuthi yena ke wasebenza ke ngayo ke uTB8 noTB4 uqinisekisa umsebenzi wakhe uMangena.
Now we are telling this court, before I get there, and indeed, as a confirmer or a reviewer of Mr. Mangena's work, he came to the court and demonstrated how he actually arrived at his confirmation of Mr. Mangena's work by producing documents which were flighted there in court. That is confirmation. Do you follow?
Are you referring to a court chart?
Excuse me?
Are you referring to a court chart? What do you mean by
Or chart.
Is that what you're referring to, sir?
He brought documents, yes.
Okay.
I'm referring to that because he was confirming. Now you, in confirming, what did you do?
I examined the exhibit and the test bullets on the microscope. After examination, I gave an opinion, confirmation to Colonel Mangena, saying that I am of the opinion that this test bullet was indeed fired from the same firearm. The exhibit bullet was indeed fired from the same firearm as the test bullets. It was verbal.
Wena ke manje yini wayenza ngoba yena ke uSirewo ke unama document azanawo ke la enkantolo ukutshengisa ke lokho akwenza. Mina ngakwenza ukubheka ke inhlamvu lena ke uyona yatholakala kanye nalo inhlamvu lezi engamazibithi ngasho ke ukuthi ke kwasetshenziswa isibhamu esisodwa ngakusho nje lokho ngomlomo.
Now Mr. Ramusipiri said to you, except for your word, the allegations, as empty as they are, that you confirmed Mr. Mangena's work, what do you have vis-a-vis what Mr. Sirero brought to the court?
I did not prepare court charts, my lord, as I did not complete an official document.
Mina kama court charts angwenzanga nanjengoba ke kungekho ke la engabhala khona.
Is that how a ballistic expert who confirms their colleagues' work do things?
My lord, again, this is an exception. I'm being called as an opinion giver, not as a verifier.
Uhlukile lokho lana ke angibizelwanga ukuthi ke manje ngizobhekisisa ke futhi bese ngiyahlola ke lokho okwenziwa ngakwakucela uvo kumina.
I was called to explain as to what I found on the microscope.
Mina ngacela ukuthi ke ngichaze lokho engakuthola microscope.
You know, ma'am, when we started off this ballistic jargon or this ballistic language, we started off by saying this is part of science. And it being a part of science, science is an art of precision and accuracy, not weight. Science is sin, not so.
That's correct, my lord. My finding was based on skills and facts established by means of examination which require knowledge and skill in forensic ballistics.
Lana ke mina ke engakwenza ke ngikwenzeke ngokuthi ke ngibheke ke noma ke engafinyelela kulona ke ngamaqiniso futhi lokho ngikwenza ngokuthi ke futhi ke ngibheke noma ke ngihlole ke futhi ke ngokolwazi lwami enginalo kuona ke ama ballistic.
Thank you, ma'am. Be rest assured, I do not antagonize. I will never ever do that. I'll never antagonize the experience that you have in ballistic. Never do that. I'll be actually be the very last person to do that from the background that I have or from the background that I'm coming from. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. Now, but science being a visible art, where do we see the visibility of what you did in pursuing this science that we so dearly respect?
My lord,
If you don't have charts to confirm what you requested to do.
My lord, again, this is also not procedure for 4 people to testify about the same findings. I was not requested to make court charts. I did not make court charts.
Nalena ke akusiyona ke indlela yokwenza ke ukuthi ke abantu abawu4 bethula ubufakazi ke ngento eyodwa eyatholakala ke ngakho nami ke ama court charts angiwenzanga.
Thank you, ma'am. it is not procedure, but in this case it is happening. As unprocedural as it is in this case, this one, it is happening, but that is not my question, it's just an emphasis. What is the procedure? Or let's put it this way, what is the correct procedure?
The examiner that examined the case, when testifying in court, will then present court charts to the court as the examiner of the case to show what he found on the microscope.
Umuntu ekuyena-ke osebenzileke ngako-ke lokho ekhulunywa ngako uyena-ke ozoza-ke nama-court charts enkantolo abe esho-ke lokho akutholile.
I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, my colleague is reminding me that I should call you Captain. I shouldn't always refer to you as a ma'am. Thank you, Captain. But please understand it in the context that when I refer you to as a ma'am, I don't mean to take your captaincy away.
No offense.
Yeah, sometimes I'm using this word interchangeably. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, in your view, what would have necessitated a deviation from the normal procedure in this case?
In terms of? In terms of?
Come again?
You're referring to deviation in this case, in terms of?
In terms of the procedure that we've just outlined, that the first examiner, the one who prepares the 212, the person who confirms is the one who signs. And that's the end of the story. Particularly in instances where they find similar results. So the question is, in your view, and a considered view, of course, from an expert who stands there independently, a non-partisan expert, what could have necessitated that in this case there should be 4 people with similar views or similar findings that should attend to this case?
Lord, I will stand up at the stage and
I'm not aware.
And object. The question is a matter of arguments, and furthermore, it's a matter of discretion, my lord. So, the state's discretion, my lord. So, I don't think this witness will be in a position to answer the question.
It can't be. The state cannot. The state cannot act as a soothsayer. The last time I heard this word soothsayer was in Julius Caesar. Or was it the Merchant of Venice? Or was it Romeo and Juliet? I can't remember.
It was Macbeth.
It could have been Macbeth, my lord, yes. But the state can't really say that this witness will not be in a position.
Again.
Excuse me, my lord.
When will these 3?
Yes.
Yes.
And the ideas of Macha come.
Yes.
Yes.
Macbeth.
Yes. The state will not be in a position, can't. That's not a basis of an objection that a witness cannot answer a particular question. That should come from the witness herself. And I'm asking this witness for an opinion.
Yeah, let's hear
the
the
ideas
witness.
of Macha come, I don't think this.
Let's hear your
My
answer.
opinion could be as there is a difference in opinion between the state and the defense.
Mina-ke mangaphendula-ke ngathi ukuthi-ke kube nabantu abawu-4-ke abakhona-ke abakhuluma-ke noma-ke bakhuluma ngento eyodwa yatholakala ingoba khona-ke ukwehluka khona-ke phakathi kombuso nabameli.
In terms of the microscopic conclusions.
Mayelana naloko kwafinyelela kona-ke uma kubhekwa noma kubukwa ngayo i-microscope.
Let me understand your question clearly. You're saying, from your perspective, from your respectful opinion, that the reason why there were 4 people who had to attend to this experiment is because of the fact that there could have been some some views that are differing between the state and the defense. Is that what you said?
My lord, I said a possibility
Yes.
that we are testifying because of the version in terms of microscopic, that it is differs between the state and the defense.
Ngithi-ke isizathu-ke sokuthi uma kuwukuthi-ke sethule ubufakazi-ke siba u-4 ngoba-ke ukuthi-ke kunokwehluka-ke okukhona-ke kulokhu okhulunywa umbuso kanye futhi nalokho okhulunywa-ke abameli.
But it is just a possibility, I'm not certain.
Kusiyona-ke into engiyisho nesiqinisekiso-ke la ngithi kungenzeka-ke.
Yes, an opinion is an opinion, man. But let me then tap into what we've just said in terms of your opinion. You know, at the time at which these tests were done, the defense was not yet in the picture. These were the preparatory stages of this case. In other words, the state and the forensic science laboratory, they were working alone. In other words, the day on which Mr. Mangena approached these 4, the state was nowhere in the picture, therefore there could not have been any difference between the state and the defense.
My explanation is related as to why 4 people would need to testify, my lord, not as to why 4 people gave an opinion on a microscopic.
Impendulo enginikeze ngayo-ke akusiyona-ke impendulo emayelana nokuthi-ke kungani-ke noma kwangani-ke kusebenze abantu abanye, kodwa-ke kube kungani ukuthi kube nabantu abanye abazokwethula ubufakazi mayelana nodaba olulodwa.
Is that your answer, ma'am? And your final answer to my question?
That is my answer. I'm
Remember,
referring to testimony, not...
I'm sorry, ma'am, it cannot be wrong because it's an opinion. Do you understand? An opinion, I can't fault your opinion. Do you understand?
That's what I'm saying. My answer is in terms of why 4 people are testifying, not why 4 people gave an opinion or a verification. That is at the discretion of the examiner.
Ingakho-ke ngisho ukuthi impendulo yami imayelana nokuthi kungani kuwabantu abanye bethula ubufakazi, hayi ukuthi kungani-ke kunabantu abanye abasebenza lokho-ke kona-ke isinqumo esingathathwa yiloyo owayesebenza ngawo amazibithi.
It means you did not understand my question initially. I did not ask my question in relation to 4 people testifying. I asked this question in relation to 4 people attending to this experiment.
My lord, I wouldn't call it an experiment.
An analysis, I'm sorry, analysis.
But it is still at the discretion of the specific examiner as to there is no set standard as to how many people are allowed or can be requested.
Akukho-ke okuphansi noma-ke okubhaliweke noma-ke umthetho thize oshoyo ukuthi abantu abangaki emuva kokuthi-ke lo obesebenza ngamazibithi angabasebenzisi noma angabacela, akukho okubhalwe phansi ukuthi-ke kufanele aye kubantu abangaki.
Thank you. Mr. Ramusipili told you that the defense, I think this is one of the many cases where defense, it's one of the few cases where the defense have a luxury to have a ballistic expert on their side, not so. I know, for instance, that we are involved in a case at Petersburg there, where you were also called as an expert, but we're not there. But what I'm trying to say, or what I'm saying is, our defense, our experts, and this being one of the few cases where a defense has a luxury of having a ballistic expert on their side, would come and tell this court that the reason why Mr. Mangena, as you correctly said, it's in his discretion, had to go out of the standing protocols to go and have his work confirmed by 4 people is because this was a borderline case. He was not so sure whether he was coming or going. He needed sympathy, sympathizers in respect of the work that he did. And I can tell you, he got that sympathy, despite the fact that these results that he worked on did not show a conclusive proof that the bullets that was found from the scene ballistically linked with a firearm that was retrieved from Cleveland by Mangena. What's your comment?
My comment is that it's based on an assumption.
Ngizokuthi ke lokho kushoyo ke into nje oyicabangelayo ke ukuthi ke ingakho uma ngena wandlula ke kulokho kulindelekile wase ke eya kubantu abawu4 ekuyinto ke engale kwalena ke elindelekile ke ngoba ke lokho okwatholakala lana ke kwangahambisani kanye naso isibhamu esatholakala eCleveland kathi into nje oyicabangelayo leyo.
Thank
First-
you, ma'am.
Oh,
And further put it to you.
She's whispering she wasn't finished.
but it's,
She's
no,
whispering
it's
she
fine.
wasn't finished.
No, it's fine.
She was whispering I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Firstly, I think the state, our examiners, we don't testify for a side. We testify independently and objectively. So if you say you have an examiner on your side, that is also, I cannot commit to that. But the statement was based on an assumption, in my opinion.
Mina ke istatement leso senzeleke kokuyicabangela ke noma into oyicabangela yona ke kodwa thina ke uma sithula ke ubufakazi asithulele ubufakazi ke uhlangothi oluthile uma uthi wena ke ninaye umuntu ngakolweni ke uhlangothi.
I'm not saying that I'm not suggesting even with a fraction that our expert will be partisan. He'll be here to come and assist the court and wait for a day on which he'll take the stand, and you will hear how you assist the court. Mr. Ramusipiri put it to you that his finding was one of an inconclusive nature. In other words, yes, other marks are there, but they were not of a sufficient quality and quantity that he would have conclusively said that the same bullet was fired from the firearm retrieved from Cleveland. I'm not suggesting that it's going to be partisan, but wait for the day on which it's going to come and expound on his finding and the basis of his finding. Thank you. Now, ma'am, why do you think Mr. Mangena in 2020, when he did this experiment, and after he has been to you on the 22nd, yes, on the 22nd, you allayed his fear that his analysis was spot on in that there was a positive matching of the same bullet and the firearm. Why do you think it did not go? It did not stop there. He went on to go verify his finding with Serrero, not Serrero, with Ntini on the 22nd, and then on the 23rd he also went to Serrero. Why do you think he did that? As an expert, of course, not from the vacuum, as an expert. Why do you think he did that?
I can't comment, my lord. It is Colonel Mangena's own discretion.
Ukuthi kungani ke uma ngena esebuyileke kumina ke waya ke kuntini nakuye uSerewo angeke ngimkhulumele ke kukuyena ke ukuthi akwenze lokho.
And do you realize, ma'am, by requesting you to confirm his duties or to confirm what he did here, you should actually have been a Serrero. In other words, you should have done exactly what Serrero did by signing off his worksheet, that form that you're supposed to sign off as a confirmer. to realize that that is what you should have done.
That is also Colonel Mangena's decision as to who and how many people he needs to ask and who he decides will be the one to sign the verification document.
Nalapho ke kukuyena-ke uKolonel Mangena ukuthi-ke uya kubantu abangaki nokuthi-ke umuphi-ke kulabo bantu labo okuyena ozosayina.
But the procedure we know now, man, from 2 experts from the Forensic Science Laboratory, not just ordinary experts, but chief experts, that is Pinyu and Surero, that once a finding is positive and it is confirmed by the confirmer, then there is no need for a further consultation with other experts. Not so.
The procedure does not limit any analyst as to how many people can give an opinion or a confirmation.
Indlela-ke kwenziwa ngayo noma kusetshenzwa ngayo-ke ayisho-ke ukuthi-ke kufanele umuntu leyo-ke kube abantu abangaki-ke ayakubona.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me just tick off those items that I think I've dealt with and leave those that are still outstanding. Now, this court has heard, man, that Forensic Science Laboratory does recognize the pattern matching method of comparison and also the consecutive matching strier as a method to analyze or to compare bullet with the firearm, not so. In other words, this method are mutually inclusive. Do you understand?
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi le nkantolo isizwile-ke ukuthi-ke khona-ke lapha elab kunendlela-ke ey'thize ekusetshenzwa ngayo noma lezi eniyibiza-ke ukuthi i-CMS kanye futhi nayo-ke i-pattern matching.
Now, you've told this court that in your analysis, as per the opinion, I'm going to use your terminology now, as per the request of your opinion by Mr. Mangena, you preferred to use, what do they call it? Pattern matching. You know, sometimes these words, because I'm not a ballistic, they sometimes skip my mind. But then you prefer to use pattern matching also.
My lord, the procedure prescribes in South Africa, we use pattern matching. At the Forensic Science Laboratory, we use pattern matching.
Thank you.
Lana-ke South Africa-ke iyona-ke indlela-ke esiyisebenzisayo-ke kanye futhi-ke nakhona-ke elebhu-ke kusetshenziswa yona-ke le ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-pattern matching.
Let us properly capture your answer. The policy in South Africa with regard to ballistic examination is that we're only using pattern matching, not so?
Pattern matching is the method we use.
Thank
That's
you.
correct, my lord.
Iyona-ke indlela esiyisebenzisayo-ke le ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-pattern matching.
Why pattern matching?
My lord, because CMS it's referred to as line counting. We're not simply counting lines. We are looking at the type of marks, the depth, the width, the spatial relation, the specific peaks, all those types of things, the specific pattern of a mark, the type of mark, quantitative, not a qualitative.
Kungoba-ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-CMS yona-ke ukubala-ke imigqa akusibona-ke into esiyenzayo kodwa siyabheka-ke ukuthi-ke itholakala futhi ngayiphi-ke indlela akuphi futhi nendawo lokho kubizwa-ke ngokuthi-ke i-pattern.
You spoke about quantity and quality. What did you say about that? That skipped my mind. You know, the echo and it's got a propensity to disturb my hearing ability. What did you say about quality and quantity?
CMS refers to a quantitative method. Pattern matching is a qualitative method. We look at the quality of the mark, not just the amount of marks.
Masikhuluma ngayo ke pattern matching asibheki nje ukuthi ke ama mark amangaki kodwa ke siyabheka ke futhi ke nayo ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke equality yayo ke yawo ama mark lawo.
We look at the peaks, the ridges, the furrows specifically related to height, depth, curvature.
Sibheka ke into ezahlukileke noma ezahlukeneke kuwona ke lawo ma marks lawo.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to request for an adjournment for the day, but before we adjourn, I just want to capture your answer very properly. It was only 7 minutes to adjournment. What you're saying is South Africa prefers to use pattern matching because pattern matching is qualitative while CMS is quantitative.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Yabo ngishilo ke ukuthi ke la South Africa kusetshenziswa yona ke i-pattern matching ngenxa ke yomahluko ekhona ke phakathi kwayo ke i-pattern matching kanye nayo ke i-CMS.
As it is a court, my lord, it's no use to start, my lord, with a new aspect because I'm going to be a little bit longish on that aspect. I think it's an opportune time for us to adjourn up until tomorrow. It's only 7 minutes to go. Thank you, my lord.
Are you available tomorrow, ma'am?
I'm available, my lord.
You say you're at Pretoria University.
That's correct, my lord.
Were you taught by Professor Van Rooyen
I can't recall, my lord. I have to be honest.
in law?
I did not study law, my lord.
Oh, you didn't study law?
No.
I thought you studied law. Okay, fine. Okay, tomorrow then.